Chapter 1096. Although the golden-winged beetle king was a demigod of the golden-winged beetle clan and should listen to the orders of the golden-winged beetle emperor, the golden-winged beetle king had a lot of autonomy. David's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps he could have a public identity in the Zerg world. As for the danger, at most, he would lose the demigod golden-winged beetle king clone, but he could really go deep into the Zerg world. This was extremely important to understanding the Zerg world. After all, whether it was the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation, they did not know much about the Zerg world. Of course, the first thing to do now was to go to the Lander's planet. After flying for 4 hours, David saw the unfamiliar, yet familiar planet. It was unfamiliar because it was the first time David's main body had seen the Lander's planet with his own eyes. It was familiar because his Temple Knight clone had fought there for dozens of days. When the demigod golden-winged beetle king approached the Lander's planet, David found that there were no low-level Zergs on the surface of the Lander's planet. He did not know that when the 4 legendary Zergs and 30 level 5 Zergs arrived, they immediately issued an order that all Zergs must stay in their nests and wait for follow-up investigations. This was the territory of the Blade Mantis Emperor. All high-level Zergs had to be investigated. The rest of the mid-level and low-level Zergs were only implicated. Because the base built by the Federation had self-destructed, the portal in the ruins was extremely eye-catching. David discovered its existence at a glance. Golden-winged Beetle King. Things here have been taken care of. What are you doing here? A legendary Zerg immediately asked in a deep voice after discovering the golden-winged Beetle King. The legendary Zerg thought that the golden-winged Beetle King was here to steal the credit. They did not want the golden-winged Beetle King to get involved. Alexis, help me control them. David, who was on the back of the golden-winged Beetle King, said to the Black Dragon Alexis. After hearing David's command, the Black Dragon Alexis, who had recovered its strength, jumped down from David's shoulder and revealed its original form in the air. A terrifying god-tier aura shrouded the area around the portal, enveloping the 4 legendary level insectoids and 30 level 5 insectoids. But that wasn't the end. The Black Dragon Alexis even unleashed a dragon roar. The way the Black Dragon Alexis used the dragon roar was different from the way David used it. The dragon roar it emitted from its mouth only enveloped the 4 legendary and 30 level 5 insectoids, and did not affect the periphery. If it was David's dragon roar, it was likely that all creatures within his spiritual range would be affected by it. Of course, David had only learned Dragon Cry for a short time, and Dragon Cry was not his main attack method. David, who was about to order the 5 clones to attack together, could not help but stop. He looked at the Black Dragon Alexis helplessly. Because the 30 level 5 insectoids were directly killed by the Black Dragon Alexis Dragon Roar, and the 4 legendary level insectoids stood there in a daze. It seemed that they had suffered a great impact. In this situation, David did not even need to do anything himself. The Black Dragon Alexis had finished the battle. The Black Dragon Alexis also realized that its attack was a little overboard, and it had stolen David's limelight. Normally, it would leave some for David, but today was different. Its injuries had healed, and it was a little excited, so its attack was a little heavy. But at this point, it was a simple matter to finish them off. The Black Dragon Alexis killed the 4 legendary level insectoids. The Shadow Attendant flashed and collected all the souls. David scanned with his spiritual power, and the corpses that had lost their souls were stored in the dimensional pendant. David had no interest in reviving the level 5 insectoids, and even the legendary level insectoids were too lazy to waste his spiritual power. In his opinion, a legendary level soul clone was more important than a legendary level insectoid clone. He looked at the portal and decided not to tell Chairman Gould about the situation at the portal. In fact, after the news of the Lander's planet being invaded by humans spread, the Lander's planet was no longer safe. However, at this time, the 4 legendary level insectoids and 30 level 5 insectoids were killed. There were no more powerful insectoids guarding the portal, and the portal was no longer safe. Thinking about it, there would be even more powerful insectoids coming soon. After losing 4 legendary level insectoids, The next insectoid they would send would most likely be a demigod, or even a god insectoid. The black dragon Alexis returned to its kitten form and jumped back onto David's shoulder. "Sir, I didn't hold back," David said with a smile. "You did very well. You didn't let the insectoids send out any information. I'm afraid the insectoids have a lot of guesses about the situation here." Ever since he knew about the insectoid communication network, David had been thinking about how to get rid of the enemy as quickly as possible. As long as the enemy was given some time, they could use the communication network to send out information to other insectoids. This time, he did it so cleanly without leaving any clues behind. The insectoids would be even more chaotic internally. David waved his hand, and a wormhole appeared. Returning was simple. He put all his clones and the black dragon Alexis into the divine space card, entered the wormhole, and returned to the safe zone of the insectoid world. The massacre on the Landers planet was only discovered an hour later. It was because there was no news of the 4 legendary level insectoids and the 30 level 5 insectoids. When the nearby insectoids went to check, they found that they had all disappeared. Bearing the brunt of this, all the insectoids suspected that it was the Blade Mantis Emperor who had taken revenge. However, the 4 legendary level insectoids and the 30 level 5 insectoids belonged to many god-level insectoids. The Blade Mantis Emperor's actions were equivalent to making an enemy out of these god-level insectoids. Not to mention that the 4 legendary level insectoids and the 30 level 5 insectoids were under the orders of the Queen Mother. The Blade Mantis Emperor's actions were a provocation to the Queen Mother. This kind of thing had never happened in the insectoid world. The Queen Mother was the spiritual leader of the insectoids. All the god-level insectoids would at least show enough respect to the Queen Mother on the surface. The Blade Mantis Emperor's actions were thought to be revenge for the Queen Mother's order to investigate the Blade Mantis race. It also showed that the Blade Mantis Emperor was now extremely crazy. The Queen Mother wanted to contact the Blade Mantis Emperor through the insectoid communication network, but no matter how she sent out messages, she couldn't get in touch with the Blade Mantis Emperor. The Queen Mother then contacted the other god-level insectoids and gathered them together through the insectoid communication network. In the history of the insectoids, this has never happened before. The Blade Mantis Emperor's actions have caused extremely negative consequences for the insectoids. Today, I've gathered everyone here. I'm going to mobilize everyone to encircle and annihilate the Blade Mantis Emperor. We can't let it go on like this. The Queen Mother said in a low voice. Over the past 10,000 years, the number of god-level insectoids, including the Queen Mother, had always remained at 9. The Queen Mother's greatest wish was to one day break the curse of the insectoid world, being unable to produce more than 10 god-level insectoids. For this reason, the Queen Mother had hosted the negotiations with Warstar. In the end, she had obtained sufficient resources, allowing the insectoids to grow stronger and stronger. As more and more insectoid demigods appeared, the Queen Mother felt that she was getting closer to her goal. Even if the insectoid demigods couldn't become god-level insectoids, the appearance of these demigods would still increase the insectoid bloodline, increasing the chances of an emperor bloodline appearing. However, the Queen Mother had never imagined that the Blade Mantis Emperor would be so crazy. After making a mistake, it didn't repent and continued to make more mistakes. For the sake of the insectoids' prosperity, the Queen Mother wanted to get rid of the Blade Mantis Emperor. This would decrease the number of god-level insectoids, but as long as the Emperor's inheritance rune remained, it wouldn't be long before another god-level insectoid would appear. Killing a god-level insectoid wasn't that simple. Even if the Queen Mother personally acted, she would only be able to defeat the Blade Mantis Emperor. Killing the Blade Mantis Emperor was impossible. This required the cooperation of the god-level insectoids. With so many god-level insectoids surrounding and annihilating the Blade Mantis Emperor, it would be impossible for him to escape. "My lord, we obey your orders," the other god-level insectoids replied in unison. The Queen Mother was very satisfied with the attitude of these god-level insectoids. In comparison, the actions of the Blade Mantis Emperor and the Titan Golden Emperor were extremely vile. The Titan Golden Emperor hadn't committed a grave mistake, and the Queen Mother didn't intend to immediately pursue the matter. Only the Blade Mantis Emperor, after losing the Emperor's inheritance rune, had still managed to kill 4 legendary level insectoids and 30 level 5 insectoids. One had to know that these insectoids all obeyed the orders of the Queen Mother. If the Blade Mantis Emperor didn't give an explanation for his actions, the Queen Mother was worried that no insectoids would obey her orders in the future. This was a huge matter that concerned the very foundation of the insectoids. Even if a god-level insectoid was killed, the insectoid system had to be maintained. The Queen Mother waved her hand, and a legendary level main-brain king insectoid appeared. The legendary main-brain king insectoid's body was extremely strange. Half of its 100-meter-long body was its head. This legendary main-brain king insectoid was cultivated by the Queen Mother. The effort and mental effort spent on it was a small matter, but the resources consumed were the most important. The main-brain king insectoid was a spiritual talent, and the resources it required were extremely scarce. The main-brain king insectoid was originally a level 3 insectoid. One could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate it to the legendary level. After all, after thousands of years, the Queen Mother had only managed to cultivate 1 legendary level main-brain king insectoid. The Queen Mother looked at the main-brain king insectoid with some reluctance. In order to find the exact location of the Blade Mantis Emperor, she had no choice but to sacrifice the main-brain king insectoid. If the main-brain king insectoid could become a demigod, then there would be no need to sacrifice the main-brain king insectoid. If the legendary main-brain king insectoid used its spiritual talent to search for the location of the god-level Blade Mantis Emperor, it would suffer a backlash from the god-level Blade Mantis Emperor. With the resistance of the legendary main-brain king insectoid, it would almost certainly die. Once the main-brain king insectoid reached the demigod level, it would be able to track the god-level Blade Mantis Emperor. The Queen Mother took out a perfect-grade kryptonite and forcefully placed it in the middle of the main-brain king insectoid's huge head. A wave of divine power formed a complicated pattern and flew into the perfect-grade kryptonite. The main-brain king insectoid's fat body started to crumble, and its skin started to crack. However, the main-brain king insectoid's spiritual aura continued to rise. The Queen Mother was draining the main-brain king insectoid's life force, using divine power to forcefully raise the main-brain king insectoid's spiritual level, from the legendary level to the demigod level. Of course, forcefully raising the main-brain king insectoid's spiritual level to the demigod level wouldn't last for too long. After a while, the main-brain king insectoid's body and soul would completely collapse. After about 5 minutes, the main-brain king insectoid's spiritual level was raised to the demigod level, but its body was still cracking. Main-brain king insectoid tracked the Blade Mantis Emperor's location. The Queen Mother didn't want to waste any more time, so she gave out an order. The main-brain king insectoid activated its innate ability, tracking. The main-brain king insectoid recognized the Blade Mantis Emperor and remembered the Blade Mantis Emperor's spiritual aura. That was why it could use tracking to locate the Blade Mantis Emperor. 10 breaths passed. The main-brain king insectoid's search time exceeded the maximum amount of time required for tracking. This caused the Queen Mother to feel uneasy. "My lord, there's no trace of the Blade Mantis Emperor's spiritual aura." The main-brain king insectoid replied mechanically. This answer didn't just shock the Queen Mother. It also shocked the other god-level insectoids who were watching through the insectoid communication network. There was no trace of the Blade Mantis Emperor's spiritual aura. Either the Blade Mantis Emperor had left the insectoid world, or the Blade Mantis Emperor had fallen. There were currently 2 ways to leave the insectoid world. The first was through the portal, but the other side of the portal was sealed by the 5 shrines of the great world of God. The Blade Mantis Emperor couldn't pass through. The second was through the War Star. That would destroy the War Star. Besides, the portal to the War Star was controlled by the Queen Mother, so the Blade Mantis Emperor had no chance. In that case, there was only one possibility for the Blade Mantis Emperor, and that was that it had fallen. "Are you sure?" the Queen Mother asked in disbelief. "My lord, there is no trace of the Blade Mantis Emperor's spiritual aura." The main-brain king insectoid continued to reply. The content was the same, the tone was the same, but the result was unquestionable. The Queen Mother could already sense that the main-brain king insectoid's life force was weakening. She knew that the main-brain king insectoid would soon die. Main-brain king insectoid, track the Titan Golden Emperor. The Queen Mother had a very bad feeling. She wanted to use the main-brain king insectoid's final moments to track the Titan Golden Emperor's location. "My lord, there is no trace of the Titan Golden Emperor's spiritual aura." After 10 breaths, the main-brain king insectoid replied mechanically. Chapter 1097. The Queen Mother hadn't felt this way for many years. It was the first time she, who controlled the insectoid world, felt the malice of the entire world. The insectoid world that she controlled, including herself, had 9 god ranks. She didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, there would be 7 god ranks. 2 god ranks had died for no apparent reason. What made the Queen Mother feel the most ironic was that the 2 king inheritance runes that belonged to the Blade Mantis Emperor and the Golden Armored Titan Emperor were still operating. They were fighting for the power of faith that belonged to the Bug Tribe and every god-level Bug Tribe member. The Queen Mother wanted to continue ordering the mainframe Insectoid King, but the mainframe Insectoid King's body swelled up, and after a loud explosion, its body completely collapsed, its bones turning into fragments. The legendary mainframe Insectoid King's spirit was forcefully raised to the level of a demigod, but its body couldn't support the spirit of a demigod. The death of the mainframe Insectoid King didn't make the Queen Mother feel any sadness. She was completely shocked by the death of 2 god-rank insectoids. The 6 god-rank insectoids were also shocked. They couldn't believe that the insectoids had suffered such a huge loss. For many years, the insectoids had been in constant war. Countless insectoids had died in battle, but it was rare for god-rank insectoids to die. This time, however, not only did 2 god-rank insectoids die, but 2 god-rank insectoids. Mobilize all resources and search for that human. I want to know everything about that human. The Queen Mother ordered in a deep voice. As for the death of the 4 legendary insectoids and 30 level 5 insectoids from the planet of Landers, there was no need to investigate further. The Queen Mother knew that it must have been done by that human. Although she didn't know why the human could use the Royal Inheritance Rune, as long as he had the Royal Inheritance Rune and could stay in the insectoid world, his strength would definitely increase. The King's Inheritance Rune of the insectoid world could allow the user to pass through level 1 to level 5 in the shortest time possible. It would not take long for them to reach legendary. As long as their talent was not too bad, even becoming a demigod would not be a problem. As for becoming a god, it would take a long time. According to the time that the Blade Mantis Emperor lost the King's Inheritance Rune, the time that a human obtained the King's Inheritance Rune was only enough for him to become a demigod. However, even a demigod would be able to kill all the insectoids on the planet of the Lander. If a demigod wanted to kill a legendary or level 5 insectoid, it would be an instant kill. What the Queen Mother was most worried about was the loss of the Emperor's Inheritance Rune. If the human continued like this, he would become a deity sooner or later. At that time, if she wanted to get rid of him, she would have to pay a huge price. The Queen Mother's order naturally led the relevant insectoids to investigate. In particular, some of the high-ranking insectoids on the Blade Mantis Emperor's side had been captured long ago. The Blade Mantis Emperor had defined Lord Arthur's aura as a mortal enemy, and these insectoids knew about this. More importantly, when the insectoids invaded the great world of God, the Blade Mantis Emperor had ignored the insectoids' losses and attacked Lord Arthur first. This behavior was very strange. After learning that the Blade Mantis Emperor had lost the King's Inheritance Rune, and that the King's Inheritance Rune had been obtained by a human, the Queen Mother's actions made sense. According to the reports from the insectoid-controlled humans on Warstar, Lord Arthur's strength was outrageous, and he had grown so much in such a short period of time. This defied common sense. From the time the Queen Mother issued the order to the moment she received the news, it had only been 2 hours, and she had already locked on a Lord Arthur. Another order was also issued by the Queen Mother. All the insectoids that could fly in the insectoid world were to begin their investigation, and every insectoid that found traces of a human would be rewarded by the Queen Mother. It was very difficult to calculate just how many insectoids there were in the insectoid world because there were simply too many of them. The Queen Mother's order made all the flying insectoids into investigative insectoids. Of course, what drove the insectoid world even crazier was that the king's inheritance rune was rumored to be on that human's body. This was something that the Queen Mother had secretly spread. This news made all the high-ranking insectoids go crazy, and they would do their best to find that human. The Queen Mother did not care which insectoid had obtained the king's inheritance rune, as long as it was not a human. While the Queen Mother was working hard, the other 6 insectoid gods were also working hard. All sorts of insectoids with special abilities, such as smell and tracking, were sent out to track down that human. In their eyes, Lord Arthur was a treasure trove, a huge treasure trove with the king's inheritance rune. David sat on the back of the golden-winged Beetle King clone. He was currently flying toward the golden-winged Beetle King's territory. Along the way, David learned of the Queen Mother's bounty through the insectoid communication network of the golden-winged Beetle King clone. To be honest, he was not afraid of being wanted in the insectoid world because he had gathered enough fighting power around him, and he also had the spatial coordinates innate ability, which gave him the ability to attack and retreat. However, David also had to consider the insectoid's tracking. A human's aura was far too obvious in the insectoid world. Perhaps for the vast majority of insectoids, this aura was not enough to track him down. However, mutated insectoids with special tracking innate abilities were not included. In David's own space artifact training space, Little White had such an ability. When it came to tracking, as long as there was a life form somewhere, Little White could discover the target and continue tracking. David did not want to expose the insectoid world's safe zone because of his own carelessness. He did not even want to expose the territory of the golden-winged Beetle King clone. David decided to return to the great world of God to lie low for a while. Currently, the insectoid world was in a frenzy. He knew this from the insectoid communication network. He needed to wait for the insectoid world to calm down before returning. He did not even want to leave the demigod clones in the insectoid world. After all, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. The cultivation from demigod to god level took a long time, so it was not a big problem to delay some time. Safety first. With this thought in mind, David did not hesitate. He opened the wormhole to the great world of God's safe zone and took away the 5 demigod clones and the black dragon Alexis. He also separated from the golden-winged Beetle King clone. The golden-winged Beetle King clone continued to fly toward its territory, but without David's constant use of the void-piercing ability, its speed was greatly reduced. Just as David put the 5 demigod clones into the space artifact and entered the wormhole, the remaining 7 insectoid gods all noticed the change in the king's inheritance rune. How did this human enter and leave the insectoid world? The Queen Mother muttered to herself in confusion. It had to be understood that there were not many ways to leave the insectoid world. On the surface, there was Warstar and the spatial gate to the great world of God. Warstar was being personally monitored by the Mother Empress, so it was impossible for Lord Arthur to leave. As for the spatial gate, the extreme electric sky Scorpion Emperor was already guarding it, so it was also impossible for Warstar to leave under the extreme electric sky Scorpion Emperor's watch. Of course, the Queen Mother also understood that there were some special spatial innate abilities that allowed one to cross worlds, but such special spatial innate abilities were extremely rare in the insectoid world. It had to be said that the insectoid world's greatest advantage aside from their powerful constitution was that there were many different types of special innate abilities, and there were many of them as well. This was determined by the Zerg's innate talent. For example, in other worlds, it was even more unrealistic to expect a special space innate talent to appear from among the very few space innate talents, and to have such a special space innate talent that could cross worlds. In the insectoid world, there was an insectoid race that all had spatial innate abilities. In this race with spatial innate abilities, after tens of millions of years, they would continue to develop all sorts of special spatial innate abilities, so it was normal for them to have special spatial innate abilities that could cross worlds. The Queen Mother herself had raised several spatial insectoids with special spatial innate abilities, but these spatial insectoids could only teleport life forms of equal strength to themselves, so they were unable to play a decisive role. Otherwise, the insectoids would have already used their spatial innate ability to cross worlds to teleport gods to an important location in the other world, dealing a fatal blow to that world. David did not know what the Queen Mother was thinking. He did not need to worry about the problem of the demigod clone. It just so happened that the demigod clone had been strengthened by the king's inheritance rune, so he could use this opportunity to let the clone enter the black dragon's hibernation and consolidate the results of his cultivation. The shadow attendant was still purifying the souls of the two insectoid gods, and it would not be completed in a short amount of time. David's mind entered the spatial pendant. He had yet to absorb the spatial stones he had obtained, as this was an important matter that concerned his soul space. He took out the spatial stones one by one. After some time of getting used to it, he already knew the requirements of the world tree for the spatial stones. David's small world in his soul space began to expand again. Every time a space stone was absorbed by the tree of world above his head and turned into fragments, a strand of space energy would merge into the small world in his soul space, increasing the size of the small world by a bit. The expansion of the soul space was reflected in his strength, which was the expansion of his mind range. When all of the spatial stones were absorbed by the world tree, David's mind range expanded to more than 380 kilometers. He also noticed something that he had not noticed before. The world tree above his head had become shorter. It had gone from 130 meters to 100 meters. This made David feel the hope that the world tree would disappear from above his head. Although others could not see it, he was not used to having a tree above his head, even if it was the world tree. However, this hope required a lot of spatial stones. He would need his demigod golden-winged beetle king clone to work harder in the insectoid world. If he had 3 or 4 times the amount of spatial stones he had obtained this time, it would be possible for the entire world tree to enter the soul space. David didn't want the world tree to stand on top of his head. This was only one of the reasons why he urgently wanted to expand the small world of his soul space. He also had a feeling that once the world tree completely entered the small world of his soul space, it was very likely that he would receive great benefits. This was not what the world tree had told him. It was a feeling he had. As the soul origins of 4 legendary level insectoids and 30 level 5 insectoids were absorbed by David and assimilated into his soul clones suddenly increased to 4 legendary level soul clones and 171 level 5 soul clones. David did not know if it was because of the increase of so many soul clones that gave him a premonition, or if it was because the world tree had secretly given him a hint, but he trusted his feelings very much. Black Dragon Alexis's soul injury was almost healed. Level 5 and legendary soul energy did not have much effect on it, so it rejected David's idea of healing it with soul energy. All the soul energy was digested and absorbed by the shadow attendant. David did not know the specific changes of a shadow attendant, because most of the shadow attendant's energy was used to purify the souls of the 2 god-level insectoids. David did not want to disturb the shadow attendant's work. The demigod golden-winged beetle king flew to a planet. This was the 3rd insectoid planet that David had found in his territory. To the insectoids in the territory, the demigod golden-winged beetle king looked like it was patrolling the territory, but in fact, David was looking for the demigod golden-winged beetle king's residence. In the insectoid communication network, the demigod golden-winged beetle king's residence could not be found. Perhaps it was because there was no need to talk about this topic. David controlled the golden-winged beetle king with his mind and could only search among the 5 insectoid planets. This time, his luck was neither good nor bad. On the 3rd insectoid planet, he found the golden-winged beetle king's residence. The golden-winged beetle king's residence was very easy to find because every insectoid planet needed more insectoids to live on. According to the insectoids' living habits, the deepest regions of the insectoid planet were densely packed with wormholes all the way to the surface. A large number of insectoids lived below the surface, which made the insectoid planet almost fully loaded with insectoids. Most insectoids were almost motionless. This would reduce their consumption. Unless they were extremely talented or had special talents, they would be treated differently. Otherwise, the insectoids' only task was to prey. The meaning of these ordinary insectoids' life was to prey to the emperor's inheritance pattern. Most of them did not even have the chance to reproduce in their lifetime. Only the outstanding insectoids were qualified to leave behind descendants. In this way, the insectoid genes were constantly being optimized. Chapter 1098. If someone were to compare the Zergs of tens of thousands of years ago with the Zergs of today, they would find that the overall talent of the Zergs had improved a lot. The 9 resource planets in the territory were specially mined by the insectoids. Most of these resources would be given to the elites of the insectoids first, while the rest would be distributed to the ordinary insectoids. This was a necessity for the ordinary insectoids to survive. David learned all this through the Zerg communication network of the golden-winged beetle king. The survival of the fittest was very obvious among the Zergs. After every Zerg was born, their fate would be determined according to their talent. The residence of the golden-winged beetle king was the only area on the entire Zerg planet without a hole. The energy-rich ores were piled up into a small mountain. This was the nest of the golden-winged beetle king. No Zerg dared to come within 10 kilometers of the nest. The 3 nearby star systems were all the territories of the golden-winged beetle king. It was equivalent to the lord of the great world of God, but its subjects were more loyal and did not need any management at all. They would work according to their instincts. This also saved David a lot of trouble. He thought that when he returned to his territory, he would have to deal with the high-level Zergs under his command. When he really returned to his territory, he realized that as long as the golden-winged beetle king did not summon his subordinates, they would not take the initiative to come over. The golden-winged beetle king also had level 5 Zergs under its command. They also had their own territories within the territory of the golden-winged beetle king. In fact, this was the real Zerg. In the Zerg world, there was very little direct communication between the Zergs. Most of the time, it was done through the Zerg communication network. For example, if David wanted to use the golden-winged beetle king clone to give orders to the Zergs in his territory, he only needed to give orders directly through the Zerg communication network, and the Zergs in his territory would act according to the orders. David controlled the golden-winged beetle king and sat in the middle of the ores. This was the most simple place he had ever lived in. However, looking at the other Zergs, the cave was densely packed with Zergs. They were crowded in a small space without any space for themselves. This area, with a radius of 10 kilometers, was already an excellent place to live. While David was observing his surroundings, space fluctuated 500 meters away from the golden-winged beetle king. He suppressed the urge to attack. He knew very well that the golden-winged beetle king was a demigod. In its territory, no Zerg would dare to provoke it. A level 5 space giant beetle emerged from space and carefully approached the golden-winged beetle king. The space beetle lowered its body and said, "Sir, please accept the resources allocated to you." Soon after, the space gigantic beetle activated a wormhole and sent out a pile of cultivation resources. Through the Zerg's communication network, David sensed that this space giant beetle was a subordinate of the golden-winged beetle king. This was easy to confirm. The subordinates of the golden-winged beetle king had special markings in the insectoid communication network. The golden-winged beetle king could issue mandatory orders to the space beetle. David did not say anything. The space giant beetle had long since gotten used to this task. After it was done, it automatically tore open space and left. The space giant beetle was not a mutated Zerg. Compared to the one David had encountered and killed before, this space giant beetle could only be considered an ordinary level 5 Zerg. However, this feeling of living peacefully with a level 5 Zerg was very novel to David. The life and death of all the Zerg in his territory was decided by his thoughts. David looked at the resources piled up on the ground. Most of them were top-grade kryptonite, and there were also some ores, the most precious of which were the 2 perfect-grade kryptonite. He could sense the aura of the War Star from the top-grade kryptonite. The top-grade kryptonite mined by the War Star had more energy than other top-grade kryptonite. This was due to the War Star's special environment. However, when he thought about it, the golden-winged beetle king was a demigod. It had an extremely high status among the Zerg, so it was normal for it to have the right to distribute the War Star's resources. David suddenly thought of something. Did the golden-winged beetle king have a secret stash here? The golden-winged beetle king released its consciousness and scanned the area. It seemed that because the golden-winged beetle king was not worried about the Zerg stealing its stash, it had not hidden its stash in a very secretive location. David controlled the golden-winged beetle king to fly to that location. A large stone slab was pulled open, revealing the cave below. Since it had to accommodate the golden-winged beetle king's huge body, this cave was extremely spacious. The golden-winged beetle king's stash was stored according to its classification. From this, it could be seen that the golden-winged beetle king knew how to organize things. 5th grade and a small number of legendary grade materials were piled together. Next to them were more than 50 perfect grade kryptonite. The rest were shiny gems. It seemed that the powerhouses of the Zerg were very interested in shiny gems. David was still a little disappointed. Aside from the perfect grade kryptonite, the rest of the collection was not very useful to David. After controlling the golden-winged beetle king to close the treasury again, David sensed an alarm coming from the golden-winged beetle king's communication network. This was a message from the patrolling Zerg in the golden-winged beetle king's territory. The territory had been invaded by enemies. When David saw this message, he could not help but be stunned. The Zerg actually dared to invade the territory of a demigod Zerg. The golden-winged beetle king activated its innate ability, flapping its wings, and rushed into space in a flash, flying in the direction where the patrolling Zerg had discovered the enemy. While David was controlling the golden-winged beetle king to fly, the Zerg's communication network was constantly sending back messages about how the patrolling Zerg had been killed. The speed of the innate ability was extremely fast. The golden-winged beetle king was known for its speed, so it quickly approached the target's location. In space, dozens of patrolling Zerg corpses were floating. When a legendary level half-body spider king saw the golden-winged beetle king, it was obviously stunned. It then turned around and tried to escape. In space, the territory of the golden-winged beetle king was at the edge of the territory of the golden-winged beetle emperor. The golden-winged beetle emperor had given this territory to the demigod golden-winged beetle king because it wanted the golden-winged beetle king to help protect its territory. This time, the half-body spiders had received news that the owner of this territory, the golden-winged beetle king, had left its territory for a few days, so the legendary level half-body spider king had come over to launch a surprise attack. The conflict between the golden-winged beetle emperor and the half-body spider king had been put on the table, and the friction between the territories of the two sides had continued. The demigod golden-winged beetle king had left its territory and was discovered by the half-body spiders. The half-body spiders were cunning, which was rare among the Zerg. They decided to take advantage of the absence of the golden-winged beetle king to launch a surprise attack on the territory. Launching a surprise attack on the demigod's territory would be a huge blow to the golden-winged beetle emperor's reputation, and they would also be able to obtain the resources of the demigod's territory. Originally, this plan was very good. The golden-winged beetle king had gone to investigate the situation in the Blade Mantis Emperor's territory, and it would take at least 10 days to go back and forth. During this time, a legendary level half-body Spider King could flatten the territory of the golden-winged Beetle King. A battle of this level would not attract a god-level creature like the golden-winged Beetle Emperor. However, the half-body spiders would never have thought that the golden-winged Beetle King, which should still be in the Blade Mantis Emperor's territory, would return to its territory so early. Although David was not proficient in controlling the golden-winged Beetle King, the demigod golden-winged Beetle King, which was one level higher than the legendary level half-body Spider King, did not require any fierce battle at all. It only needed to catch up. With the acceleration of the flapping wings talent ability, the golden-winged Beetle King used the energy in its body to generate an airflow that completely covered the surrounding area and activated its wind domain. The half-body Spider King only felt its speed slow down, as if it was stuck by glue, making it very difficult for it to move. The golden-winged Beetle King's huge body turned into a light shadow in space and arrived in front of the half-body Spider King. The half-body Spider King suddenly spat out a ball of spider silk. After the spider silk left its body, it opened up like a fishing net and wrapped around the golden-winged Beetle King. David had studied spider silk before. He had fought with the half-body Spider Emperor's incarnation and was familiar with the uniqueness of spider silk. The golden-winged Beetle King turned its direction at high speed to avoid the attack of the spider silk ball. Although the spider silk ball had spread out, it did not attack the golden-winged Beetle King. The golden-winged Beetle King's strength was far superior to that of the half-body Spider King. In addition, the half-body Spider King was afraid of the demigod, so its attack was a little rushed. When the golden-winged Beetle King dodged the spider silk and got close to the half-body Spider King, the half-body Spider King was unable to defend in time. The half-body Spider King could not be blamed. When a legendary level met a demigod, the difference in strength was too great. A demigod was also at the god level. In terms of strength, speed, and the application of special abilities, they were far superior to the legendary level. Before becoming a demigod, the realm was like an ant. Only after becoming a demigod could one be considered to have truly embarked on the path to the god level. The golden-winged Beetle King's forelegs stabbed out. Before the half-body Spider King could react, the forelegs had already pierced its spine. The Interplanetary Federation and the Great World of God both had very deep research on the half-body spider race. This was related to the level 5 half-body Spider Queen on the War Star. The insectoids that were more active on the War Star would receive the attention of the two worlds. In particular, the Interstellar Federation had used biology to analyze the structure of the half-body spider and found all sorts of methods to deal with it. These methods were all part of the feasibility study and had not been used in actual combat. However, David had studied this knowledge before. He had controlled the golden-winged Beetle King's attack to destroy the half-body Spider King's ability to control its body. There was a gap between the back of the head and the spine. As long as this gap was destroyed, the connection between the brain and the body of the half-body Spider King would be severed. The half-body Spider King would not only lose the ability to control its body, but its consciousness would also become hazy. The half-body Spider King was not dead. It was still in a deep coma. This was not because David did not have the heart. He just wanted the soul of the half-body Spider King. A legendary rank soul clone was very attractive. Carrying the half-body Spider King's body, the golden-winged Beetle King returned to its residence. The news of the golden-winged Beetle King's victory over the invaders spread through the insectoid communication network. At first, it was only spread within the territory of the golden-winged Beetle King, but the golden-winged Beetle Emperor soon found out. In the conflict between the golden-winged Beetle Emperor and the half-body Spider Emperor, the golden-winged Beetle Emperor had always been on the losing end. This was not surprising. The half-body Spider King was better at scheming. Although their scheming was not very detailed, it was already very rare in the insectoid world. The half-body spiders made plans before acting. Naturally, the golden-winged beetles were very passive. They were often the ones at a disadvantage. This time, the golden-winged beetle king dealt with the half-body spider surprise attack and successfully killed the legendary rank half-body spider king. This made the golden-winged beetle emperor proud. Naturally, it received the attention of the golden-winged beetle emperor. You did very well. I'll reward you with a galactic territory. The golden-winged beetle emperor's attention was very direct. David used the golden-winged beetle king's insectoid communication network to express its gratitude. At this time, he also discovered that there were more insectoids receiving direct orders in the insectoid communication network. A coordinate was also sent over. That galactic territory was the golden-winged beetle emperor's reward. David took a look. The galactic territory was right next to the territory. It was also the border of the golden-winged beetle emperor's territory. It seemed that the golden-winged beetle emperor wanted him to guard more areas. Fortunately, there was no need to accept this kind of territory. After the golden-winged beetle emperor sent out the order, all the insectoid management rights in the new galactic territory were automatically under the golden-winged beetle emperor's name. It could send out orders through the insectoid communication network. As for the management of the galactic territory, the golden-winged beetle emperor did not need to worry about it. All the insectoid planets had their own operating patterns. Every insectoid had their own division of labor and perfectly controlled the development of the insectoid planets. You can counterattack when the time is right and make the half-body spider suffer some losses. The golden-winged beetle emperor did not force an order. Instead, it spoke in a negotiating tone in the insectoid communication network. Yes, the golden-winged beetle emperor's reply was very short. David did not know how to reply to the golden-winged beetle emperor, so he could only reply as briefly as possible. Chapter 1099. David had never imagined that the golden-winged beetle king's clone would be attacked. He had considered many possibilities, including the identity of the golden-winged beetle king's clone being exposed, but he had never imagined that he would be drawn into a conflict between two insectoid gods. Of course, he would not become the golden-winged beetle emperor's hired thug. As long as the half-body spider emperor did not send any insectoids over, he could not be bothered to care. The golden-winged beetle king's clone had more important things to do. David needed a large number of spatial stones, and the golden-winged beetle king's clone had to do all of this. However, before this, the golden-winged beetle king's clone had to first send the half-body spider emperor to a safe location in the insectoid world. Although this would waste some time, David was willing to have the golden-winged beetle king's clone make this extra trip for the sake of obtaining a legendary soul clone. Otherwise, he would not have kept the half-body spider emperor alive. It would have been much easier to just kill it. Of course, David also took the parts of the golden-winged beetle king's clones collection that would be useful to him. In the insectoid territory of Warstar, the Queen Mother's faint clone appeared and sent out a strange ripple to the human territory. In a small shrines in the human territory, the God of War's clone appeared and flew into the sky. The Queen Mother's clone and the God of War's clone met in the sky. No one would have imagined that the God-rank experts of two worlds would meet here. Because the energy that Warstar could hold was extremely low, the Queen Mother and the God of War's clones could not hold too much energy, and they could not even materialize their clones. The Queen Mother and the God of War's clones could only maintain energy equivalent to rank 5. This level of energy was barely enough for the clones to exist. "Queen Mother, what is it?" the God of War's clone asked in a deep voice. The communication channel on Warstar had been established when the great world of God and the insectoid world negotiated for Warstar. In order to establish this communication channel, the Queen Mother had left her direct bloodline on Warstar so that she could monitor the God-rank signals from the great world of God at any time. The great world of God had also built small shrines to monitor the God-tier signals coming from the Warstar insectoid territory. He had built these small shrines because he had no other choice. Ordinary shrines contained far too much energy, and the slightest carelessness would cause the Warstar's energy to go berserk. They could only reduce the size of the shrines, and create small shrines that Warstar could accept. Although this communication channel had always been open, it was rarely used. Be it Bug Tribe God level or the gods of the great world of God, if there were no major incidents, they would not use this communication channel. Even the appearance of the space gate before was just a small conflict. It was not worth it to open a communication channel here. The Queen Mother's God level signal was sent out, and the 5 gods all received it. Coincidentally, the god of war had been paying attention to mundane matters recently, so the gods entrusted the god of war to come over. I'm here to make a deal with the god of war. The incarnation of the Mother Empress said the excuse she had prepared beforehand. A deal? What kind of deal? The god of war's incarnation's curiosity was piqued. The two worlds were enemies. Although they had not escalated to the level of a god-level war, they were not close enough to trade with each other. I need a knight of the great world of God. If you want him alive, I can pay you a world crystal. The Mother Empress's incarnation replied. World crystals were unique treasures of every world. They were special crystals formed when a star system collapsed, and they contained relatively complete laws of the world. Whether it was a god who had cultivated to godhood or a god who had become a god through faith, a world crystal was a top-grade resource. The quantity of world crystals was not a matter of production. Every world had countless star systems. The problem was that the time it took for a star system to collapse was far too long, so long that even a god would find it difficult to wait for it to collapse multiple times. The god of war's incarnation was immediately interested. World crystals were treasures that could strengthen a small world. For a god like the god of war's incarnation, ordinary treasures were nothing in his eyes. Having a complete world gave him unimaginable wealth. Only very few resources could attract the god of war's incarnation, and world crystals were one of them. Which knight is he? Why would you pay such a price for him? The god of war's incarnation asked curiously. Since when was a knight worth as much as a world crystal? A world crystal was not something a normal god could come into contact with. Only a god who ruled a world could obtain one. A god who was not recognized by the world's laws would not be able to find a world crystal. This was a benefit given to the ruler of the world by the world's laws. The 5 gods had ruled the great world of God for tens of thousands of years, but compared to the amount of time it took for a world crystal to form, it was still far too short. In these tens of thousands of years, the 5 gods had only collected 3 world crystals. It was not even enough for each of them to get one. If the great world of God was like this, the bug world would not be any different. It would take tens of thousands of years for a world crystal to appear. Arthur Luce, he killed my direct descendant. I need him alive so that I can torture him for 10,000 years. The Queen of Mother's incarnation obviously wouldn't tell the truth. After all, the presence of the king's inheritance rune would automatically hide itself. The god of war would not be able to detect it even if it was right in front of him. As long as Arthur Luce was sent to the bug world alive, the Queen of Mother would be able to extract the king's inheritance rune from his body. Of course, there was another important reason for paying the world crystal for Arthur Luce. After Arthur Luce obtained the king's inheritance rune, he would become a god sooner or later. Killing a god early, especially one who shared the power of faith of the bug world, was more important than anything else. Arthur Luce, the god of war's incarnation, was not too surprised to hear this name. Although Lord Arthur's reputation was at the peak of the great world of God, this would not make the 5 gods remember him. Lord Arthur had made great contributions in battle. The shrines had once rewarded Lord Arthur in the name of the god of war. However, the god of war did not pay much attention to these matters. Most of the time, these matters were handled automatically by the god of war's divine sense. The god of war's incarnation wanted to know about Lord Arthur's situation very quickly. All he had to do was search for information about Lord Arthur. All the information about Lord Arthur that came from the shrines and believers would all appear. The god of war's incarnation understood everything about Lord Arthur. Arthur is a genius knight and an overlord. 1 world crystal is too little. The god of war's incarnation said with a smile. In just a few short years, Lord Arthur had become the most powerful knight in the great world of God. Perhaps all the nobles and shrines would pay attention to this. However, in the eyes of the god of war's incarnation, anyone who was not a god was an ant. The vision of a god was not measured in a few short years, decades, or centuries. The vision of a god was measured in tens of thousands of years. Those geniuses who shone brightly in history were nothing more than embellishments in the eyes of a god. There was no difference whether there were more or less embellishments, but if these embellishments were to be exchanged for benefits, the more the better. There's also Warstar. If I can't obtain a living Arthur loose, my anger will cause Warstar to collapse. The Queen of Mother's incarnation had already expected this, and her attitude was very unyielding. The god of war's incarnation was taken aback. The Queen of Mother's incarnation's attitude meant that Lord Arthur must have done something that made the Queen of Mother's incarnation extremely angry. As for what it was, the god of war's incarnation didn't want to ask. In any case, exchanging a knight for a world crystal was definitely a good deal. The god of war's incarnation still had some ulterior motives. He didn't want the other four gods to participate in this world crystal trade. Otherwise, if the world crystal was split among the five gods, one god wouldn't be able to gain much. This sort of easy profit was something that the god of war's incarnation could easily accomplish. No matter how powerful a knight was, he was still created by the five gods. If they wanted a knight to be unable to resist, even a demigod knight wouldn't be able to resist. Queen of Mother, please calm your anger. Since Arthur Luce has blasphemed against the god, he naturally has to pay the price. The god of war's incarnation smiled. Although the god of war's incarnation agreed to exchanging Lord Arthur for a world crystal, he still wanted to use a more suitable excuse to exchange a knight for a world crystal. Then our deal is considered complete. I swear on the Zerg world that as long as the god of war sends a living Arthur loose here, I will pay a world crystal. The Queen of Mother's incarnation didn't seem to understand the vague words of the god of war and said very directly, I will bring Arthur loose here as soon as possible. Although the god of war's incarnation felt uncomfortable, he still said with satisfaction after hearing the Queen of Mother's incarnation's oath. An oath made by a god, especially an oath made by a god who controlled a world, was the most serious oath one could make. For example, if the Queen of Mother's incarnation swore on the Zerg world, it was actually using the laws of the Zerg world as a guarantee. If she broke the oath, the laws of the Zerg world would backfire on her. As a ruler recognized by the Zerg world, such an oath was almost a 100% declaration to the god of war's incarnation. The figure of the Queen of Mother's incarnation became fainter and fainter until it finally disappeared in the air. The god of war controlled his incarnation to return to the small shrines and sent his divine power back into the small shrines. This was the difference in energy between the two sides. The Queen of Mother didn't care about the consumption of divine power, but the god of war didn't want to waste it. Inside the shrines of the god of war, Archbishop Guy was performing his daily routine of prayer. This was the homework that every priest had to do. Even though he was an archbishop, Archbishop Guy still had to constantly strengthen his faith. In front of Archbishop Guy was the object of his prayer. It was a statue of the god of war that was completely made of pure gold. Of course, pure gold couldn't reflect the value of the statue. Pure gold was just a good carrier that was more suitable for the gathering of the power of faith. The statue in front of Archbishop Guy was a little special. The surface of the pure gold was covered with extremely small patterns that covered every inch of the statue. Under the influence of the power of faith, the statue's material was no longer ordinary pure gold. It was a special metal that had fused with the power of faith. This statue was the treasure of the shrines of war, and it was also the statue where the god of war often performed miracles. At this moment, the statue shone with a golden light, and the small patterns on the surface seemed to come to life. All the small patterns flew out and formed the figure of the god of war. Great Lord, your servant prostrates on the ground. You are the only sky. You are the only faith. Archbishop Guy chanted as he prostrated himself on the ground. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing a miracle of the god of war, Archbishop Guy treated it as if it was his first time seeing the god of war. This wasn't just superficial. It was a kind of sincerity that came from the bottom of his heart. For the god of war in front of him, Archbishop Guy was willing to give up everything because he had already entrusted everything to the god of war. Capture Arthur loose and bring him back to Warstar alive, the god of war ordered. Archbishop Guy was clearly stunned. He didn't expect the god of war to give such an order. However, Archbishop Guy didn't have any doubts. The god of war's orders were the reason for the existence of the shrines of war. I obey the great lord's orders. Archbishop Guy maintained his prostrating position as he spoke. Allow me to use the divine artifact, Knight's restriction card, the god of war added. According to the god of war's understanding, Lord Arthur was extremely powerful, at least among knights. If he wanted to use the fastest and safest way to capture Lord Arthur, then the best way was to use the divine artifact Knight's restriction card. After the 5 gods created the Knight class, they also created a divine artifact Knight's restriction card specifically for knights. The divine artifact Knight's restriction card could forcefully restrict bloodline power, causing a knight's most powerful ability to be restricted. This method was used to prevent a knight's growth from exceeding expectations. It was a method of restriction that could be used at any time. The divine artifact Knight's restriction card was the top secret of the 5 shrines. Only the 5 archbishops knew about it. The rest, even the knight, did not have the right to know about the existence of the divine artifact Knight's restriction card. When Archbishop Guy heard that the god of war allowed him to use the divine artifact Knight's restriction card, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Earlier, he had been thinking about how to capture Lord Arthur. Lord Arthur's combat strength was beyond imagination. Unless the shrines of war used a divine descent, they could only trick Lord Arthur to the shrines to capture him. However, with the help of the divine artifact Knight's restriction card, it would be easy to control Lord Arthur. Chapter 1100. Archbishop Guy entered a special spatial fragment, which was used for the 5 archbishops to meet each other. He stood in front of a jade box and began a chant. White light flashed on the jade box, and runes danced in the air. This was the opening of the jade box. At this moment, 4 figures appeared. They were the spiritual avatars of the 4 archbishops. Archbishop Guy, what are you doing? Archbishop Adele asked with a frown. The spiritual avatars of the 4 archbishops were alerted by the commotion here. Every item in this spatial fragment did not belong to any particular shrines, but to all shrines. Archbishop Guy waved his hand, and a golden rune flashed. He said in a deep voice, "Use the divine artifact Knight's restriction card." Archbishop Guy, you'd better be careful when using the divine artifact Knight's restriction card. Don't reveal the effects of the divine artifact Knight's restriction card. Archbishop Aria said worriedly. This divine artifact Knight's restriction card had never been used before. The reason was that the shrines had enough influence over the nobles and knights, so there was no need to use the divine artifact Knight's restriction card. However, if the existence of the divine artifact Knight's restriction card was leaked, it would cause a huge rift between the shrines and the nobles. No one would want to have such a divine artifact above their heads. As long as the divine artifact Knight's restriction card was used, the knight would lose the ability to resist. If the shrines and the nobles had a falling out, it wouldn't matter. However, the shrines and the nobles were almost fused together. Most of the shrines were of noble birth. If there was a conflict between the nobles and the shrines, the consequences would be unpredictable. The 4 shrines didn't care what the shrines did, but it couldn't affect the interests of the 4 shrines. Although the 5 shrines worked together to manage the great world of God and seemed to be harmonious on the surface, there had always been competition in private. The 5 shrines had used their influence to rope in the top nobles. For example, the Earth shrines were an extremely successful example. Bishop Bolin was from the Main family, and now the Main family had become the #1 aristocrat in the great world of God. Speaker Gould had become the leader of the Supreme Council, which greatly increased the influence of the Earth shrines among the aristocrats. At the same time, they also used this relationship to gain more benefits. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave after taking the divine artifact, the Knight Restriction card. Archbishop Guy ignored the reminders of the other archbishops. He was under the command of the god of war. At this time, he was the representative of God. As the jade box was opened, the 5 archbishops' eyes were filled with curiosity. They only knew of the existence of the divine weapon, the Knight's Restriction card. This was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Archbishop Guy reached out and grabbed the divine artifact, the Knight's Restriction card, carefully put it in his space item, and then left the space fragment. Archbishop Guy didn't say who he was going to deal with, and the other 4 archbishops didn't ask. If Archbishop Guy wanted to say, he would say it without asking. After Archbishop Guy left, the 4 archbishops didn't leave. They first stood silently in place. Who are the shrines of war trying to deal with? Archbishop Adele asked first. Who else could it be? Archbishop Barney replied with dissatisfaction in his eyes. In fact, when they heard that Archbishop Guy wanted to take the divine artifact, the Knight's Restriction card, the 4 archbishops all thought of a name. If there was a knight in the great world of God who was worth the war shrines of war using the divine artifact, the Knight's Restriction card, then it was only Lord Arthur. And the relationship between Lord Arthur, President Gould, and the main family was known by the whole great world of God. This also caused Lord Arthur and the shrines of the earth to be naturally close. You didn't tell us who you were going to deal with because you were afraid that we would leak information. Archbishop Julian said coldly. The 5 shrines had a considerable relationship with Lord Arthur, especially the Cami Star red wine in the shrines, which was proof of their friendship with Lord Arthur. However, if the god of war wanted to capture Lord Arthur, the archbishops of the other 4 holy shrines would inform the god of war, so it was impossible. The order of the god of war was second only to the gods that the archbishops themselves believed in. Although this order was not given to them, they would not break it. But why? Archbishop Adele asked, puzzled. It's none of our business. Let's think of a way to reduce the impact of Lord Arthur's capture. Archbishop Ambrose said in a deep voice. As the Archbishop of the Knowledge Shrines, Archbishop Ambrose had the most considerations. He was very clear about the depth of Lord Arthur's influence in the great world of God. Not to mention the 13 knights directly under Lord Arthur. There were top nobles like Lord Harlow among them. In other words, among the lords of the great world of God, there were many who had a close relationship with Lord Arthur. In particular, Lord Arthur held the secret to making heartwarming lotus seed soup, which was related to the survival of a level 5 knight. Once the interests involved were exposed, it would cause turmoil in the great world of God. Archbishop Ambrose thought to himself that the high and mighty god of war wanted to capture Lord Arthur for some reason, but he definitely did not consider the stability of the great world of God. Perhaps in the eyes of the god of war, the chaos in the great world of God was nothing. However, to Archbishop Ambrose, it was an extremely important matter. The great world of God was now facing many enemies, and the internal chaos was likely to cause many conflicts to intensify. Archbishop Adele shook her head and said, not to mention the nobles, even within the shrines, Lord Arthur's influence is also very strong. The 4 archbishops conversed. They all knew that it was useless to say anything here. Unless they reported to their respective gods, and the gods persuaded the god of war to change his mind, everything would be empty talk. It was even more wishful thinking for the gods to persuade the god of war to change his mind. Since the war was over, the shrines of war had returned, except for the huge shrines that were left behind by the portal. These priests had experienced many consecutive wars and were physically and mentally exhausted. Most of them were in a state of rest. However, when the bell of the shrines of war rang, the relaxed priests immediately gathered in the square. 13 bell tolls. Which evil god has appeared again? Why didn't I hear anything? Archbishop McKinley came to the square and asked the knight of Annabella shrine beside him. The 13 bells represented bad luck in the shrines, which meant that a powerful evil aura had appeared in the great world of God. At the same time, the 13 bells also represented war. The war of the shrines of war was the highest level of war, and it was related to the gods. The priests were very fast. There were 5 knights, including Annabella Shrine Knight, 6 level 5 priests, and 50 level 4 priests. Archbishop Guy's figure appeared in the square, and all the voices in the square disappeared. Everyone's eyes were focused on Archbishop Guy. God has decreed that Arthur Luce must be captured. Arthur Luce must be kept alive. Archbishop Guy announced in a deep voice. Archbishop Guy's announcement caused everyone in the square to fall silent. This was something that had never happened before. God's words represented the will of the God of War. In the past, as long as there was a God's word, the only response after the announcement was enthusiasm and madness. Yes, God's word. Some priests reacted and responded loudly. However, there were more people who were deeply puzzled, especially those who were in high positions. They knew that there was no information that was disadvantageous to Lord Arthur. So why would such a God's word suddenly appear? The rest of the priests and Shrine's Knight thought of the consequences of going to war with Lord Arthur. They would be enemies with the terrifying Lord Arthur, and a chill went down their spines. Lord Arthur's reputation was built on countless battles. Lord Arthur had killed knights, level 5 evil bishops, legendary and demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. These series of battle records were either true or false, but they formed the understanding of Lord Arthur. Although the title of Invincible Knight was given to Lord Arthur by the shrines, Lord Arthur's own strength was recognized by all the knights. That was why he was given the title of Invincible Knight. Among them, the priests who had participated in the invasion of the Zerg world were even more worried. The powerful figure that blocked the Zerg tide made every priest's soul tremble when they thought of it. How many people were the shrines prepared to lose if they were to go against Lord Arthur and capture him alive? You are the servants of God. God's word is your mission. Archbishop Guy gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, God's word." The people who were awakened by Archbishop Guy's words hurriedly said in unison, "I don't care who among you is related to Arthur Luce. Arthur Luce is now the person appointed by our Lord to be captured alive. You have to correct your attitude." Archbishop Guy looked coldly at Bishop McKinley and said. Bishop McKinley hurriedly bowed and made a gesture of absolute obedience. Originally, Bishop McKinley's status in the war shrines had been promoted because of his close relationship with Lord Arthur. He didn't expect the situation to turn around so quickly. His relationship with Lord Arthur had become a big problem. Bishop McKinley wasn't the only one who had doubts. The level 5 priest beside him, Heavyside, also had a good relationship with Lord Arthur. He was also very puzzled at this moment. Of course, the one with the most complicated feelings was the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. She had been in a very bad mood recently. Due to the many divine transmissions of the God of War, the strength of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple had increased. She was even looking forward to breaking through level 5 and becoming a legendary was just around the corner. This should have been a matter of course. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple had applied to the Shrines of the War to become a legendary. This application mainly required the support of the Shrines of the War, the corresponding resources, and the knowledge related to becoming a legendary. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple had no source of income. She relied entirely on the Shrines of the War to obtain resources and knowledge for training. However, the application of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was rejected. The Shrines of the War used the reason of the defection of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit as an excuse to prohibit any Knight of the Shrines of the War from becoming a legendary. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple was disappointed in the Shrines of the War for the first time. She clearly remembered what Archbishop Guy had explained to her. "My lord has rejected your application to become a legendary. Don't make such a request in the future. Just do what an oracle should do," Archbishop Guy had said at the time. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple had given her everything to the Shrines of the War. She still remembered that she had been so weak after the first divine transmissions that she had almost died. Although her strength had greatly increased after she recovered her body, making her one of the few female Knights of the War, she also understood that she had been lucky. The title Oracle sounded very noble, but there was a certain probability that a weak oracle would die directly after the divine transmissions. This depended on how long the gods had existed during the divine transmissions. A weak body could not support the gods for too long, but the gods would almost never think about this. The gods would only end the divine transmissions after they had done what they should do. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple was extremely lucky. She was one of the few oracles who had survived multiple divine transmissions, which made others think that it was the god of war's favor for her. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple had always thought so, until the god of war rejected her request to become a legendary. Then she realized that the god of war had never paid attention to her. She was just a tool, and the god of war only needed such a suitable tool. Not being able to become a legendary meant that there was a limit to her lifespan. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple could only live for a few hundred years. She had lost the hope of becoming stronger. The biggest difference between the Knight of the Annabelle Temple and the other believers was that she had felt the emotions of the god of war more clearly. That kind of indifference, that kind of superiority, she used to think that these were the emotions that a god should have. But recently, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple became more and more aware of the god of war's indifference to all life. Although the Knight of the Annabelle Temple had a thought that shouldn't exist in the hearts of believers, she knew that this unrealistic thought was impossible to realize. Today, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple heard that the shrines of the war were preparing to capture Lord Arthur. She couldn't help but feel excited. If Lord Arthur resisted, if Lord Arthur succeeded, then she would resist with him. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple was not a priest. She didn't rely on faith to improve her strength. Losing her faith might make her a wanted criminal of the shrines. But as long as Lord Arthur could set an example, she would follow Lord Arthur's footsteps. No one would have thought that in the square of the shrines of the war, the powerful Knight of the Annabelle Temple, the oracle of the god of war, would make a terrible decision. Get ready to go to Gammy, Archbishop Guy ordered in a deep voice. Chapter 1101. Warning: illegal spacecrafts have entered the realm area. The cube's super artificial intelligence warned David. At the same time, the 200 Interstellar Federation spacecrafts in space that were completely controlled by the cube's super artificial intelligence began to prepare for battle. In the federal military, the artificial intelligence system was not allowed to fully control the spacecrafts. The weapon system was controlled by the artificial intelligence system. Although it could speed up the preparation and attack time of the weapon system to a certain extent, it would cause endless trouble. The artificial intelligence system's judgment could not replace the judgment of a human body. The Interstellar Federation had taken a detour in the history of the artificial intelligence system. Therefore, the artificial intelligence system could only play a supporting role in the spacecrafts. Everything had to be controlled by the human body. The weapon system controlled by the human body could be stopped at any time, but the artificial intelligence system could not. David did not care about the artificial intelligence system's troubles. None of his friends in the great world of God would come without telling him. Everyone knew that planet Gammy was Lord Arthur's private planet. Even the nobles who were familiar with Lord Arthur knew that planet Gammy was managed by the Interstellar Federation. Therefore, it was very understandable that Lord Arthur did not open planet Gammy to the public. Lord Arthur had built a large spirit gathering array on Gammy Star. This was an important place for him to train. Who would secretly approach this place? Only an enemy would do so. Not only the 200 spacecrafts without identification, the Superstar Destroyer Cannon that he obtained from Abu Dhabi's 15 IFA also began to prepare for charging. Open the scanning screen for me. David opened the screen of the identity bracelet on his wrist and ordered. The Cube's super artificial intelligence system's super powerful calculation ability was displayed at this time. Now, the unmanned space reconnaissance aircraft, the space relay station, the space scanning system, and the planet Skynet system were all managed by the Cube's super artificial intelligence system. This caused the scanning range of the space to increase from the previous 2,000 kilometers to 10,000 kilometers. Following David's order, the Cube's super artificial intelligence system turned the image from afar. David saw 10 starry sky, flying ships flying in space. Because they were close to Jami planet, they were slowing down. How could these be the starry sky flying ships of the Shrines of War? David saw the insignia on the 10 starry sky flying ships and thought in shock. He thought of many possibilities, but he could not understand why the Shrines of War would sneak up on him. Since you want to sneak up on me, I'll pretend that I don't know. David said to himself coldly. David was not a kind person. Previously, he didn't want to curry favor with the 5 shrines. This was nothing. If he wanted to establish a foothold in the great world of God, it was inevitable to have a good relationship with shrines. But if the shrines wanted to deal with him, he would not be lenient. At least now, he had some ability to fight back. He was no longer a weakling who could be bullied. Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System. When they enter the range of 5,000 meters, attack with full power. David ordered in a deep voice. Combat order activated. Mobilize 70% of computing resources. Full power ready. The Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System replied mechanically. Although the Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System had a lot of work to do, those calculations could not even take up 5% of the computing resources of the Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System. In the warship's warehouse, 5,000 battle robots modified with exoskeleton armor walked out of the warehouse in an orderly manner and entered their respective positions. The federal military's warships were not developed for artificial intelligence system. In order to unleash the strongest combat power, they naturally needed operators. 5,000 battle robots replaced the crew and unleashed the warship's attack power to the extreme. Inside the 200 warships, the battle robots were more disciplined than the soldiers. The reason why the starry sky flying ships were allowed to enter the range of 5,000 meters was because this distance would make it harder for the starry sky flying ships to escape. David did not want the starry sky flying ships to get close to Jami planet. The other side was the Shrines of War, who knew what kind of hidden methods they had. Once he got close, it would either be a god descending or a divine weapon. No matter what, he would expose secrets that he should not expose. Unless it was absolutely necessary, David did not want to expose his combat power. In the largest starry sky flying ship that was protected by the 9 starry sky flying ships, Archbishop Guy stood solemnly. This starry sky flying ship looked similar to the other starry sky flying ships, but its interior was completely different. This starry sky flying ship used divine rune technology and consumed a large amount of space stones, so the interior space of the starry sky flying ship was extremely large. The upper echelons of the war shrines of war were all standing in this starry sky flying ship. The other starry sky flying ships were filled with large numbers of priests. Archbishop Guy looked at the faintly visible Jami planet and announced in a deep voice, "After we reach Jami planet, it will be fine if Lord Arthur surrenders. If he dares to resist, all the priests and priests will activate divine spells together and suppress him on the spot. However, do not use powerful divine spells to prevent Lord Arthur from dying." "Yes," the Shrines of War replied in a somewhat suppressed voice. The god of war rarely directly gave a decree to target someone. This time, he did not even have a reason to make a move on a top nobleman, who was also the strongest knight of the great world of God. The Shrines of War were not without opinions. 99% of the members of the Shrines of War were noblemen. Although the Shrines of War were no longer noblemen and had nothing to do with their families after entering the Shrines of War, everyone had feelings. How could the kinship that was connected by blood be cut off so easily? These Shrines of War had to look at this matter from the perspective of both the shrines and the noblemen. Capturing Lord Arthur was definitely a major provocation by the Shrines of War to the noblemen. Archbishop Guy did not say anything else. He roughly knew what these people were thinking. In the past few years, the Shrines of War had been heavily infiltrated by the noblemen. Through this incident, they could discover the infiltration. After dealing with Lord Arthur, it was time to reorganize the Shrines of War. Just as Archbishop Guy was thinking about this, the galactic flying ship in front of him suddenly exploded. "What's the matter?" Archbishop Guy asked in confusion. One had to know that this was space. In the great world of God, if there were no enemies within sight, then this area of space was safe. Perhaps the shrines of war could use some methods to achieve long-range attacks, but needless to say, accuracy was a problem. The consumption of faith was even more terrifying, so it was completely impractical. Therefore, Archbishop Guy led 10 starships to planet Gammy. He did not even activate the energy shield and just swaggered through the air. All starships activate the energy shield. Planet Gammy has the energy weapons of the Interstellar Federation, Bishop McKinley said with an ugly expression. Boom, boom. Bishop McKinley had just finished speaking when 2 more cosmic flying ships exploded in space. After the 3 starships exploded, the shrines who were lucky enough to survive, as long as they were not level 4, all suffocated to death. The attack of the main cannon was too sudden. These mid to low-level shrines did not even have time to install the Spinulosa disc before entering the space environment. Without the ability to survive in space, they were instantly killed. It was a good thing that Bishop McKinley's order was timely, and the energy shield of the War Temple's Starry Sky flying ship could be activated automatically upon receiving an order. Therefore, the subsequent main cannons of the battleship were not able to destroy it in one hit. However, the situation of the war shrines was not good. The energy shield barely blocked the attacks of the main cannons. Only Archbishop Guy's starship was able to easily block the attacks of the main cannons due to the divine runes on it. Archbishop Guy's expression completely changed. To be honest, he had never suffered such a loss, nor had he suffered such a blow. Ever since he entered the war shrines, his path had been very smooth. At most, he would engage in some internal strife within shrines. However, no matter what, he had always been respected and had never met with any setbacks, especially when he became an archbishop. Archbishop Guy was one of the 5 most powerful people in the great world of God. In just a few breaths, the war shrines had lost hundreds of shrines. Archbishop Guy felt an unprecedented anger. Archbishop Guy didn't think that he was trying to sneak close to Gammy Star to capture Lord Arthur, which led to such an outcome. He put all the blame on Lord Arthur. His gaze was no longer as calm as before. Full speed ahead. He actually dared to attack the starships of the shrines. He deserves to die. Archbishop Guy waved his hand and roared. Archbishop, our starships can still hold on, but the accompanying starships can't. Bishop McKinley reminded. Don't worry, Archbishop Guy said in a deep voice. The Archbishop's scepter appeared in his hand. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and a sacred pattern appeared on the Archbishop's scepter. Protect! Archbishop Gay yelled, and the divine rune transformed into a golden light shield that expanded outward, protecting all the remaining Starry Sky flying ships. Annabella, a knight of the temple, narrowed her eyes slightly, hiding the shock and anger in her heart. She sensed the aura of the legendary level. Archbishop Guy usually only showed the aura of a peak level 5 priest. However, when he activated a powerful theurgy, he could no longer hide his strength and expose the aura of the legendary level. This powerful defensive theurgy, with the support of the Archbishop's scepter, showed an extremely strong defensive power. The main cannons of the 200 starships constantly bombarded the Golden Shield. The Golden Shield only shook slightly, and all the attacks were dissolved. Full speed ahead. Maintain the formation. Archbishop Guy ordered in a deep voice after he stabilized his breathing, which was a little hurried due to the huge consumption of energy. After seeing the miraculous theurgy, the priests in the remaining 6 starships cheered in unison. After seeing Archbishop Guy's theurgy, they were convinced of the supremacy of the gods. The Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System observed the battlefield through the scanning device. After the Golden Shield appeared, streams of data flashed across the Cube's Super Artificial Intelligence System screen. The Super Star Destroyer cannon moved its barrel slightly. Under the control of hundreds of robots, the Super Star Destroyer cannon launched its first attack. A thick energy beam rose from the surface of planet Gammy and shot into the deep space. The 7 starships had already entered 4,000 kilometers, and the outermost golden light shield came into contact with the thick energy beam. The golden light shield couldn't resist for even a second, and it turned into golden light spots and disappeared. The thick energy beam continued to move forward, and after piercing through 2 spaceships in a row, it hit the spaceship that Archbishop Guy was on. The starship shook violently. Fortunately, the people on the starship were very strong, and they weren't affected much. Archbishop, the starship has lost 1/3 of its energy. If it gets hit again, the starship will be destroyed. The priest operating the starship reported to Archbishop Guy. Actually, even without the report, Archbishop Guy knew how big the impact of the starship was. He could feel the trembling of the divine runes. If it wasn't for the fact that this special universal flying ship was powered by the power of faith, it probably wouldn't have been able to withstand this energy beam, and the ship would have collapsed. In outer space, without the Starry Sky airship, these powerful people were still fine. Although those level 4 priests and priests were said to be able to survive in outer space with their flying speed, it was very difficult for them to fly to a safe planet in outer space. The most important thing was that without the protection of the starship, they had to face this terrifying energy attack head-on. "Archbishop, let's retreat," Bishop McKinley said helplessly. At this time, Bishop McKinley had to take the initiative to suggest retreat. As the Archbishop of the War Shrines, Archbishop Guy couldn't say that. "You take command," Archbishop Guy said with a gloomy face. While they were talking, another 2 spaceships exploded. The remaining 2 spaceships wouldn't be able to hold on for long, and they would probably follow in the footsteps of the other spaceships in just a few breaths of time. However, at this time, no one cared about these starships. "Turn around. Activate all the acceleration divine runes," Bishop McKinley ordered in a deep voice. Bishop McKinley knew how terrifying the attack range of the Interstellar Federation's battleships was. If the previous attack came again, the starship definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. One had to know that the energy beam just now had broken through the defensive divine spell and destroyed 2 Starry Sky flying ships before attacking them. During this process, a portion of the energy had been consumed. If there was enough energy, Bishop McKinley doubted that they could be destroyed in one hit. At the same time, Bishop McKinley didn't know if he could survive this energy attack with his own strength. He wasn't a knight. He didn't have the strong defense and vitality of knight. A level 5 priest was still very weak. Chapter 1102. Bishop McKinley's order was to fully activate all the acceleration runes, which would cause permanent damage to the acceleration runes on the starship. However, Archbishop Guy didn't deny Bishop McKinley's order. In this kind of situation, the damage to the starship was insignificant. What they didn't know was that it wasn't that easy to activate the Super Star Destroyer cannon. It would take a lot of time to activate it again. The other 2 spaceships also received the order to retreat, but when they received the order, their spaceships also disintegrated in space. The level 4 priests and level 4 priests cried for help in space. Those weaker than them were already dead. How could the only starship stop to save people? The surface of a starship seemed to be burning with golden flames. This was a sign that it was using faith power to fully activate the runes. The universal flying ship suddenly accelerated to its maximum speed, crossing a distance of several thousand kilometers in a few breaths of time and disappearing into space. In space, the dozens of level 4 priests and level 4 priests had a look of despair in their eyes. It was impossible for them to fly back to the planet they came from with their speed. Even if they could, they would most likely be lost in space without a star chart. They didn't even need to think about Planet Gamma. They would be attacked by Planet Gamma. The dozens of level 4 priests and level 4 priests were worried that Lord Arthur would come and kill them all, but they thought too much. Because Overlord Arthur didn't need to kill them. The Cube's super artificial intelligence system received a war order. According to the Cube super artificial intelligence system's understanding, as long as there were enemies alive on the battlefield, the war wasn't over. The main cannons of the 200 battleships turned to attack smaller targets. The level 4 priests and level 4 priests were like targets in space. They were blown up by the main cannons one by one. David looked at the screen expressionlessly. He didn't have a shred of sympathy. When these priests and level 4 priests appeared in space and tried to sneak into planet Gamma, they were his enemies. David's attitude towards his enemies was the same whether it was in the Interstellar Federation, the great world of God, or the bug world. That was, only a dead enemy was a good enemy. David ordered the Cube Super AI, edit the video of the battle just now. Make it blurry so that you can't see the logo on the starship. After a few seconds, the edited video was sent to David's identity bracelet. David opened the video and watched it once. The entire video reflected the intelligence system's discovery of an enemy approaching Gamma Star. Then the defense system automatically counterattacked, killing and repelling the enemy. In the video, there was nothing about Lord Arthur. It was like the defense system was defending itself. David transferred the video to his alchemy card. As long as he activated the card, he would be able to see the video. He activated his Lord communication circle and sent out an emergency signal. This was the emergency call of the Supreme Council. As David was only a Lord, the emergency call he sent out could only be answered by Lords who happened to have free time and were willing to respond. However, Lord Arthur's identity was a bit special. The emergency call he sent out immediately received the response of more than 40 Lords. After that, more and more Lords responded. Lord Arthur, did something happen? Chairman Gould also received Lord Arthur's emergency call and asked, something big happened here. I need to show it to as many Lords as possible. David said in a deep voice. David didn't want to tell only Chairman Gould. This would hurt Chairman Gould. He needed to tell the news to all the Lords so that all the nobles would know what happened. By then, the war shrines would be in the wrong no matter what they did. For many years, the shrines had been a huge burden on the nobles, but the shrines couldn't do without the nobles. The shrines needed the nobles to manage the great world of God. At the same time, the nobles were the foundation of the shrines. Without the support of the nobles, the shrines would be greatly damaged, and even the rule of the great world of God would collapse. I'll use my authority to call for a meeting of all the council members for you, Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. Chairman Gould didn't ask any further. He knew that Lord Arthur must have his reasons for not saying anything. His interests were aligned with Lord Arthur's. If something happened to Lord Arthur, his position as chairman would be in danger, and the Lord around him would disperse. Chairman Gould started the remote meeting of the Supreme Council. The Lords had been waiting for a long time. As soon as it started, they appeared in their seats one by one. David also entered the remote meeting of the Supreme Council through the Lord-level communication portal. His position was next to Chairman Gould. This ranking was determined by the Supreme Council through a comprehensive evaluation of the top nobles. Lord Arthur was in the second position, and it was completely based on his powerful strength. Of course, after the second position of the Supreme Council was decided, this was the first time David participated in a meeting of the Supreme Council. David waited for a while. In the virtual conference hall, the Lords in the inner and outer circles appeared one by one. Soon, the virtual conference hall was filled with Lords. Lord Arthur's emergency call for the Supreme Council had alarmed all the Lords. Those who could participate had all participated. Thank you for your response, Lords. I'll show you a video here. This was taken by the defense system I set up on planet Gamma. David's energy shadow bowed and said, no one made a sound. All the Lords knew that something big must have happened. Most of the Lords were wondering if some fool had provoked Lord Arthur again. Didn't they know the consequences of offending Lord Arthur? David activated the alchemy totem card, and the video produced by the Cube's super artificial intelligence system was played. Although the Lords appeared in the conference hall in the form of energy shadows, their expressions were still faithfully reflected on the energy shadows. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Although the logos of the 10 starships could not be seen clearly, how could the Lords here not recognize the starships of the Shrines of War? What were the Shrines of War trying to do? If Lord Arthur had done something wrong, shouldn't he have announced the crime and then informed the Supreme Council? Since when did the Shrines of War directly intervene in the affairs of the nobles and target the top nobles. Questions arose in the minds of the lords. The stronger a knight was, the weaker their faith in the shrines. This was because as long as their strength increased, they could clearly understand that the gods were just stronger. Today, when I was cultivating, an invader formed by 10 starry sky flying ships was preparing to quietly approach Jami planet. I think everyone here knows that I used to be a researcher in the Interstellar Federation, and I was one of the top researchers. For the safety of planet Gami, I set up a defense system on planet Gami to prevent anyone from breaking into planet Gami and disturbing my training. It was this defense system that discovered the invading starships and carried out a self-defense counterattack, repelling the invasion of the starships. What I want to say is that this is a serious violation of the private territory of the nobles. I request the Supreme Council to launch an investigation. This kind of behavior cannot be allowed to happen again. David explained in a deep voice. To be honest, the lords present didn't believe what David said at all. A random defense system destroyed 9 out of 10 starships of the Shrines of War. It was obviously a powerful defensive theurgy, but it was destroyed by an energy beam. If it was in the past, the lords might not have known about the energy weapons of the Interstellar Federation. However, after cooperating with the Interstellar Federation military, they had a preliminary understanding of the energy weapons of the Interstellar Federation. The so-called counterattack of Lord Arthur's defense system was the strongest attack in the Interstellar Federation military fleet apart from the Doomsday weapon. Not to mention that Lord Arthur was just a researcher. Even the higher-ups of the military couldn't set up such a weapon system. It was impossible for a single researcher to set it up. However, this was not the main point. The lords didn't care about what kind of defense system Lord Arthur set up on planet Gami. They cared about the attack of the Shrines of War. I haven't received any news in this regard. Speaker Gould was the first to express his stance. Speaker Gould's words directly indicated that the Supreme Council had not received any notice from the Shrines of War. This meant that the Shrines of War had invaded Lord Arthur's territory without authorization. Speaker Gould didn't say that the starship belonged to the Shrines of War. Although all the lords present knew this, no one said it out loud. The territory of the nobles is sacred and inviolable. This is the foundation of the existence of the great world of God. Not to mention that Lord Arthur didn't take the initiative to attack this time. Even if Lord Arthur took the initiative to attack the starship, it is also the right given to him by the law of the nobles. Lord Darrell expressed his opinion. Yes, this is a serious violation of the territory of the nobles. Lord Fred continued. The lords expressed their opinions one by one. The central idea was the same. No matter who it was, no one could violate the territory of the nobles. Illegal intruders must be counterattacked. At this time, no lord would stand on the side of the Shrines of War. If the Shrines of War informed the Supreme Council in advance and explained Lord Arthur's crime to the Supreme Council, then the Supreme Council would hold a meeting to decide how to deal with Lord Arthur. The Shrines of War could not invade the territory of a top noble without any notice. The 10 starship and the powerful defensive Shrines of War indicated that the combat power sent by the Shrines of War was extremely strong. This showed that the Shrines of War invaded Gami for an ulterior purpose. Lord Arthur was the target of the Shrines of War. The reason why the nobles established the Supreme Council and why the top nobles gathered together was for the overall interests of the nobles. The existence of the Supreme Council was to have the ability to fight against the shrines. If the lords did not speak up for Lord Arthur today, the same thing would happen to all the lords here in the future. The Shrines of War would become more and more rampant, and they would no longer have any scruples in doing things. Since we're all in agreement, let's use the Supreme Council's name to send a joint investigation notice to the 5 major shrines. If any of the lords disagree, please let us know in advance. Chairman Gould said in a deep voice as he looked at the lords. Chairman Gould used a little trick here. Even if some of the lords did not want to agree, they would be ostracized by all the other nobles and be isolated from the rest of the nobles. Very well, since no lords have come out to object, then it's a unanimous vote. I'll draft the investigation notice now. Chairman Gould said after a while, and his expression softened a little. Chairman Gould was both shocked and angry. He was shocked because nothing could happen to Lord Arthur. Putting aside his friendship with Lord Arthur, the heartwarming lotus seed soup could only be provided by Lord Arthur. Hence, he had to support Lord Arthur. 10 minutes later, when Archbishop Guy was still in space, and the speed of the starship was greatly reduced due to the damage to the sacred runes, an investigation notice was sent to the 5 shrines. In the Shrines of Wealth, Archbishop Adele sat on a chair and looked at the investigation notice that had just been sent to her, as well as an alchemy totem plate. She first looked at the investigation notice, and her expression became strange. Archbishop Guy of the War Shrines wanted to capture Lord Arthur, and Archbishop Adele had guessed it. However, because it was a prophecy from the Shrines of War, Archbishop Adele could not get involved. However, Archbishop Adele would never have thought that the final result would be like this. The most ridiculous thing was that Archbishop Guy's trump card, the Knight's Restriction card, had suffered heavy losses before he even had the chance to use it. Archbishop Adele picked up the alchemy totem plate and activated it, and a video appeared. The alchemists of the Supreme Council made many copies of the alchemy totem plate provided by Lord Arthur as fast as they could. These are the most direct evidence. What a disgrace to the shrines. After seeing the video of the alchemy totem plate, Archbishop Adele no longer had the gloating look on her face. Instead, it was replaced by a strong sense of anger. Archbishop Adele was not angry at Lord Arthur. She knew very well that Lord Arthur was the victim. She was angry at Archbishop Guy. Archbishop Guy probably wanted to capture Lord Arthur in an upright way, which was in accordance with the prophecy of the god of war. However, Archbishop Guy had obviously underestimated Lord Arthur and the defense of Planet Gammy. If he had known that Planet Gammy had such a powerful Interstellar Federation energy weapon, Archbishop Guy wouldn't have carried out such a plan. The problem was that Archbishop Guy had embarrassed himself, but he had also embarrassed the shrines. It was not only the Shrines of War who were embarrassed, but also the other 4 shrines. Chapter 11:03. Archbishop Guy's galactic flying ship approached the nearest planet, but he didn't stop at all. He activated the planet-level teleportation gate to the extreme, and the galactic flying ship went through the planet-level teleportation gate to return to the War Temple. The universal flying ship slowly landed on the square where they departed from. However, there were 10 universal flying ships when they left, but only 1 universal flying ship was left behind. Archbishop Guy did not speak. He quickly entered the shrines. Everyone, take a break and wait for the new mission, Bishop McKinley helplessly said to the people on the starship. Although the attack this time had failed, it was the god of war's prophecy. It cannot be stopped. Therefore, no matter what Archbishop Guy thought, he still needed to reorganize the shrines to deal with Lord Arthur. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple ignored Bishop McKinley's words and flew out of the starship. The rest of the people looked at each other and did not move. Bishop McKinley sighed in his heart. He understood the emotions of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. If Archbishop Guy had not revealed his legendary power this time, perhaps it would have been better. However, Archbishop Guy could advance to the legendary rank, but he restricted the Knight of the Annabelle Temple, who was only 1 step away. It was indeed unacceptable. Going from a level 5 Knight of the Temple to the legendary rank could be said to be a qualitative leap. The control of power had changed from the control of energy to the application of laws. Especially with the increase in lifespan, there was hope of becoming a demigod. Archbishop Guy returned to his room. His spirit avatar flew into a special space fragment and activated the signal. Soon, the spirit avatars of the 4 archbishops appeared. Everyone, not long ago, Lord Arthur used the energy weapons of the Interstellar Federation to attack the starship of the shrines. Almost 3,000 shrines of the war shrines were sacrificed. I hope that the 4 archbishops can assist in capturing Lord Arthur. Archbishop Guy said in a deep voice. The loss this time was quite big. Even after the war with the insectoid world, the shrines of the war did not lose many people. War shrines needed too many priests, and the number of priests that could be mobilized was limited. One must know that the war shrines had branches on many planets throughout the great world of God. These branches needed shrines to guard them, so the war shrines had to disperse a large number of shrines. Of course, the shrines of war had more than that, but Lord Arthur was obviously on guard. If they wanted to deal with Lord Arthur, they would have to pay a huge price. Archbishop Guy did not want to pay a higher price. He thought of asking the other 4 shrines for help. This required a reasonable excuse, an excuse for the 4 shrines to take action. Archbishop Guy, I'm afraid you don't know yet, but the video of you being attacked outside Cami has already spread throughout the great world of God. I reckon that apart from some low-ranking nobles, most of the nobles know about this, Archbishop Adele said calmly. The Supreme Council has sent an application to assist in the investigation. An unknown force wanted to invade Lord Arthur's private territory. Although they did not achieve their goal, this behavior is already a provocation to the aristocratic system. Archbishop Barney continued, It's not that we don't want to help you, but under such circumstances, it's not appropriate for us to take action. Archbishop Julian expressed his opinion. Archbishop Guy, don't expect us to intervene. This is God's test for you. Archbishop Ambrose finally said. Archbishop Guy's face was very ugly. He did not expect Lord Arthur to act so quickly, nor did he expect Lord Arthur to do this. He put the failure of the shrines of war in front of all the forces in the great world of God. If the attack this time was successful, it would not matter even if the Supreme Council had any objections. However, the problem was that the shrines of war did not manage to capture Lord Arthur. But the news of the shrines of war capturing the top nobles for no reason had spread like wildfire. Then there's no need for you to take action. A mere knight dares to look down on the shrines of war. He must pay the price. Archbishop Guy said and disappeared with a wave of his hand. Recently, the shrines of war have been too active, and their reputation has suppressed us. However, after this time, regardless of whether we can successfully capture Lord Arthur or not, the reputation of the shrines of war will be greatly reduced. Archbishop Adele said with a chuckle without the slightest scruple. It's a little strange. According to historical records, the 5 shrines will receive the news and cooperate with the operation when there is an order to capture a powerhouse. Why did only the shrines of war receive the news this time, and not us? Archbishop Ambrose said as he thought of another point. There were 5 shrines behind the 5 shrines of war. According to past experience, the 5 shrines of war would cooperate with each other to capture a powerhouse. The 5 shrines of war had an extremely close relationship with each other. It was indeed a little strange that they were acting alone without informing the other 4 shrines of war. When communicating with the shrines of war, the shrines of war would automatically deal with the communication between the shrines of war and the shrines of the main world. It would not affect the time of the shrines of war. We'll just sit back and watch the show. We'll delay the Supreme Council until the shrines of war capture Lord Arthur. Archbishop Julian said with a smile. In fact, the 4 archbishops did not believe that Lord Arthur could escape the capture of the shrines of war. The most important thing was that Archbishop Guy had used the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card. Although Lord Arthur had successfully repelled the attack of the shrines of war and caused the shrines of war to suffer heavy losses, he could not be underestimated. As long as he was within a certain distance, Archbishop Guy would be able to activate the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card, and make Lord Arthur lose his ability to fight. In the aristocratic circle, the most explosive news was that the shrines of war had sent a large number of clerics to attack Lord Arthur, but they had been repelled by the defensive weapons of Planet Gammy. The news also specifically stated that the shrines of war had attacked Lord Arthur without any notification, nor did they explain what crime he had committed. Among the aristocrats, any aristocrat who had a bit of intelligence would understand that this was a provocation by the shrines of war to the entire aristocratic system. The 5 shrines of war did not intervene in worldly affairs, and they would go through the Supreme Council if they had anything to do. This was especially so for the top aristocrats. Even if the top aristocrats had committed unforgivable crimes, they would still have to be stripped of their titles before being arrested. As long as one had the title of a top aristocrat, it was sacred and inviolable. This was also the foundation of the aristocratic system. The privileges of the aristocrats were the manifestation of their titles, and the titles were obtained in exchange for their contributions to the great world of God. Once the privileges of the aristocrats could be trampled on at will, what was the point of their status? Little by little, sparks of fire rose among the aristocrats of the great world of God. At this time, these sparks of fire were still in the early stages, but there were already signs of a prairie fire. Some other forces had also seen the relationship between them. For example, the Twilight of the Gods organization had instigated all the followers of the evil gods that they could influence. The Twilight of the Gods did not hit David when he was down because of their previous grievances. They knew very well who was the biggest trouble. All the followers of the evil gods began to move, using all kinds of means to discredit the Shrines of War, and said that the Shrines of War's actions were a contempt for the entire aristocratic system. The unity of the great world of God that had been condensed through the war was completely scattered after the Shrines of War's actions. Chaos was spreading in the great world of God. Archbishop Guy opened the communication portal and connected to Chairman Gould. Usually, he did not take the Supreme Council seriously at all, but at this time, he needed the cooperation of the Supreme Council. Greetings, Archbishop Guy. Chairman Gould's shadow appeared in the communication portal, and he bowed with a polite smile on his face. Chairman Gould, immediately strip Arthur loose of his title of Duke, take back his territory, and revoke his status as a member of the Supreme Council. Archbishop Guy ordered in a deep voice. Chairman Gould did not expect Archbishop Guy to be so direct, but he had long been mentally prepared. Archbishop Guy, stripping a title requires a reason. According to the aristocratic law, the top nobles can only be stripped of their titles if they have committed serious crimes such as blasphemy or betraying the great world of God. May I know what crime Lord Arthur has committed, and what evidence do you have? Chairman Gould asked with the same smile on his face. As the Archbishop of the Shrines of War, I have designated Arthur Luce as a blasphemer. I don't think there's a need for evidence. My words are the evidence. Archbishop Guy said coldly as he stared at Chairman Gould's shadow. Archbishop Guy naturally knew about the relationship between Chairman Gould and Lord Arthur, but he did not believe that Chairman Gould would go against the Shrines of War for Lord Arthur. Chairman Gould stopped smiling and said in a deep voice, "It turns out that Archbishop Guy only needs to point out that a top noble is guilty. I will announce your intention to the Supreme Council, and all the members will vote to decide whether to strip Lord Arthur of his title." If Chairman Gould did not want to help Lord Arthur, and Archbishop Guy pointed out that Lord Arthur had committed blasphemy, Chairman Gould could indeed convict Lord Arthur based on Archbishop Guy's accusation. Not to mention the conflict of interest between Chairman Gould and Lord Arthur. Chairman Gould himself wanted to advance to the legendary realm and would definitely affect the interests of the shrines. Hence, he might as well take this opportunity to make a big fuss and fight for greater benefits for the nobles. Unless Chairman Gould did not want to advance to the legendary realm, he might still help the Shrines of War. However, the case of the Knight of Annabella Shrine was an example that showed the attitude of the shrines towards the legendary realm. There were no secrets among the nobles, and even the Shrines of War could not escape the noble circle. Chairman Gould also knew about everything that happened there. It was no secret among the top nobles that the Knight of Annabella Shrine had applied to the Shrines of War for resources and cultivation methods to advance to the legendary realm, but had been rejected. Very well, Gould, you're trying to become enemies with the Shrines of War. Have you considered the consequences? Archbishop Guy threatened in a deep voice. Archbishop Guy, if you don't accept your gratuitous accusation against the top nobles, you will become enemies with the Shrines of War. In that case, are the Shrines of War not taking the Supreme Council seriously at all? The Supreme Council is not directly under the Shrines of War. The Supreme Council belongs to all the nobles. Chairman Gould retorted. Archbishop Guy shut down the communication portal angrily and on the other side, Chairman Gould was recording the conversation into the alchemy totem board. Chairman Gould once again called for a meeting of the Supreme Council. 5 minutes later, the virtual conference hall was filled with the shadows of the lords. Just now, Archbishop Guy of the Shrines of War asked me to strip Lord Arthur of his title, territory, and identity as a counselor. Archbishop Guy's evidence is what he said. Chairman Gould said loudly while looking at all the counselors. After saying that, he played the conversation between him and Archbishop Guy. During the process of watching, the counselors were also furious. Perhaps among the top nobles in the great world of God, Lord Arthur's was the only one who took the shortest time to become a top-notch noble. However, that was also in exchange for a large amount of military exploits and indisputable contributions. The rest of the top nobles had all gone through hundreds or thousands of years of continuous hard work and sacrifices of countless generations of people before they could become a top-notch noble. However, according to Archbishop Guy, the top nobles had become existences that could be easily convicted with just a few words. Such disregard was intolerable to all the top nobles. We can't strip Lord Arthur of his title. If we take a step back, our descendants will scold us. A counselor exclaimed. As long as they took the lead, the prestige of the Supreme Council would be gone, and the shrines would only go overboard in the future. Although part of the reason for the existence of the Supreme Council was to facilitate the management of the nobles, it was also to unite the nobles and resist the intervention of shrines. Chairman Gould, you don't have to think about me. It doesn't matter even if I lose my title. David didn't want Chairman Gould and the entire Supreme Council to become enemies with the war shrines because of him either. David was confident in resisting the war shrines. If not for the fact that he couldn't expose some of his abilities, the war shrines wouldn't have dared to deal with him. Indeed, he didn't care about the title of nobility. The so-called title and territory were nothing more than floating clouds when one reached his level of strength. Right now, David only cared about increasing his own strength, especially after being attacked by the war god temple. He wanted to increase his strength even more. Lord Arthur, this is no longer a matter that concerns you alone. Archbishop Gay has provoked the aristocratic system time and time again. Once Archbishop Gay succeeds, we aristocrats will become fish on the chopping block in his eyes, Lord Fred said, waving his hand. None of the top nobles were fools, and they all understood the pros and cons. It was no longer Lord Arthur's matter, nor was it the matter of this generation of nobles. If they couldn't withstand it this time, the nobles would probably be directly controlled by the shrines for countless years to come. Chapter 1104. Archbishop Guy was sitting in a room with a pile of information in front of him. Not only was there a pile of information on the table, but there was also a pile of information on the floor. This information was all about Lord Arthur, collected by the War Shrines Intelligence Department. There was all the information from when Lord Arthur first came to the great world of God. Archbishop Guy frowned. He did not expect there to be so much information on Lord Arthur. It filled the entire room. However, in order to understand Lord Arthur's situation, he still needed to look through this information. It was not that Archbishop Guy did not want to give this mission, but as long as he saw that Lord Arthur had a good relationship with many of the Shrines of War, he was not at ease. Lord Arthur was on planet Gammy, and if he wanted to go to planet Gammy, the planet-level portal could not be used. He had already tried and failed to go from space, so Archbishop Guy did not want to try again. With the Interstellar Federation's planetary defense system, unless he activated war mode and pushed the movable shrines to planet Gammy, it was impossible to break through the defense line. However, this was the problem. If he activated war mode, he would need to ask the god of war for instructions. If he had to pay such a high price to deal with a knight, how would the god of war view Archbishop Guy? Of course, if there was no other way, Archbishop Guy would still activate war mode. However, after activating war mode, he would become a joke in history. Activating war mode, because of a knight, was something that had never happened before. Archbishop Guy had set the precedent and would definitely be recorded in history. Archbishop Guy also understood that the Shrines of War had to act quickly because the conflict between the Shrines of War and the nobles had to be resolved. This needed to be done after capturing Lord Arthur. He had to send Lord Arthur to Planet Gammy before the situation got completely out of control. Archbishop Guy's mind scanned a piece of information. He could not help but be stunned. He then ordered someone to call the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. Archbishop Guy, you were looking for me? Annabelle walked into Archbishop Guy's room with a Templar Knight and asked Archbishop Guy, who was looking at some information. Annabelle, Templar Knight, do you have a good relationship with Arthur Luce? Archbishop Guy looked up and asked casually. I've had dealings with Arthur Luce before because of President Gould. Annabelle Temple Knight replied without hiding anything. After looking at the information in the room, Annabelle knew that it was useless for her to quibble. The Shrine's information system was terrifying. Don't be modest. You are one of the few people who can teleport to Gammy Star. I need you to use your personal identity to go to Gammy Star. Archbishop Gay waved his hand and said, I don't know if Arthur Luce will allow my teleportation request. The Annabelle Templar Knight shook her head. Knight Annabelle, you're a knight trained by the Shrines of War. You're also an oracle. Arthur Luce is the person I want to capture. Think carefully. Archbishop Guy said in a deep voice. The Annabelle Templar Knight looked at Archbishop Guy expressionlessly. She did not defend herself at all. She just waited for Archbishop Guy to continue. Once you enter Gammy Star, immediately descend. I will personally capture Arthur Luce. Archbishop Guy continued. If I capture Arthur Luce, will the Shrines agree to help me reach the legendary rank? The Annabelle Templar Knight suddenly asked. Annabelle Templar Knight, are you trying to negotiate with me? Are you using my lord's orders as a bargaining chip for your own benefits? Your faith has been shaken. After this mission, you will cultivate for 100 years and find your faith again. Archbishop Guy said loudly. Yes, Archbishop Guy. The Annabelle Templar Knight's expression suddenly relaxed. She bowed and replied. Archbishop Guy did not even think about other possibilities. The Shrines of War were too powerful. No one would dare to betray the Shrines of War. When the Annabelle Templar Knight turned around and left the room, her eyes flashed with determination. She rose into the air and flew in the direction of the portal. When she arrived at the portal, she sent a teleportation request to the Gammy Star portal. David received the request and felt a little strange. Why did the Annabelle Templar Knight request to come here at this time? Was she trying to negotiate on behalf of the Shrines of War? However, he quickly gave up on the idea. Based on his understanding of the Shrines of War, there was no way they would negotiate with a small lord like him. David was very confident in his own strength, so he did not care if the Annabelle Templar Knight came to Gammy Star. Even if the Annabelle Templar Knight used God's descent, he would be able to deal with it. He did not even need the Black Dragon Alexis to do anything. Any demigod clone would be enough to deal with it. God's descent was just attaching one's mind to the knight's body. The power of God's descent was determined by the constitution of the knight. But no matter what, even with the constitution of the Annabelle Templar Knight, it was impossible for God's descent to have the power of a demigod. David also wanted to see the Annabelle Templar Knight. He wanted to know why the Shrines of War wanted to deal with him. This was something he could not figure out. Although he had done many things that could have angered the Shrines, if those things were exposed, the Shrines could have announced it to the public instead of doing it themselves. While thinking, David approved the request of the Annabelle Templar Knight. After sensing the approval from the other side of the portal, the Annabelle Templar Knight smiled. This was the joy of being trusted. Lord Arthur, we meet again. The Annabelle Templar Knight looked at David, who greeted her and bowed with a smile. David also looked at the Annabelle Templar Knight. The Annabelle Templar Knight did not use God's descent immediately, which made him very happy. At least this friend of his was not as bad as he thought. David could understand why the Annabelle Templar Knight used God's descent as soon as they met. The Annabelle Templar Knight was the oracle of the War Shrines, so it was normal for her to serve the War Shrines. However, if she used her personal identity and used her friendship with David to achieve this condition, the friendship between the two sides would be gone. If it weren't for me, You would have come directly from space. David said, half-jokingly. So you knew I was on the starship. The Annabelle Templar Knight was stunned for a moment, but she immediately reacted and said, I guessed it, and now I know. David said with a smile. The Annabelle Templar Knight rolled her eyes at David and said, I want to drink something. I haven't had anything to drink since you kicked me out of the starship. In the reception room, David took a bowl of heartwarming lotus seed soup and a bottle of red wine from the Camistar. He placed them in front of the Annabelle Templar Knight. The Annabelle Templar Knight took a sip of the heartwarming lotus seed soup and said softly, Archbishop Gay's order was very sudden. It only took a short time from the gathering of people to the departure. I don't understand. What happened that made the Shrines of War send out so many priests to deal with me? David asked the question he was most concerned about. The Annabelle Templar Knight answered without hesitation. It's that great being. He personally gave the order to capture you alive and send you to the War Star. After the Annabelle Templar Knight said this, she had betrayed the Shrines of War in a sense. David naturally knew who the great being was. The only great being that the Annabelle Templar Knight mentioned was the god of war. He finally understood why the Shrines of War wanted to capture him alive and send him to the War Star. Needless to say, it was to send him to the insectoids. The insectoids must have paid a huge price to tempt the god of war. The god of war probably didn't expect the insectoids to do this for the king's inheritance rune. What's wrong with you? You didn't come here to tell me this, did you? David didn't understand the Annabelle Templar Knight's intentions. The Annabelle Templar Knight's attitude was very strange. No matter how good their relationship was, they had become enemies after the Shrines of War wanted to capture David. However, the Annabelle Templar Knight came here to tell him the reason. This wasn't something a knight of the Annabelle Templar would do. I heard that you've reached the legendary rank. The Annabelle Templar Knight didn't answer Abel's question. David was stunned. His control over his own aura had increased as his soul space grew bigger and his will grew stronger. His control over his aura had also increased to the extreme. Those who were weaker than him wouldn't even be able to sense the depth of his aura. David first suspected that it was Chairman Gould who leaked the information. This was because Chairman Gould and the Annabelle Templar Knight were very close. Looks like I guessed right, the Annabelle Templar Knight said with a light smile. The Annabelle Templar Knight saw that David didn't deny it. Although she didn't admit it, the meaning behind it was obvious. Yes, I'm already a legendary. David said with a helpless nod. I'm so jealous of you, you know. I applied to the war shrines for resources and techniques to advance to the legendary rank, but I was rejected. This time, I'll go back and train hard for 100 years. Although the Annabelle Templar Knight said with a smile, David could hear the sadness in her voice. No matter what, the War Shrines was the home of the Annabelle Templar Knight. She had lived in the War Shrines for 100 years, so she was very attached to it. Train hard for 100 years. David was shocked when he heard this. The ascetic training in the Divine Hall was not just talk, it was real. They only ate one meal a day and didn't communicate with others. Apart from training, they also prayed. Through the harsh environment, they sharpened their faith. As long as they succeeded in training for a certain period of time, they would become fanatics. David knew the temperament of the Annabelle Templar Knight. 100 years of training was almost the same as cutting off the life of the Annabelle Templar Knight. The Annabelle Templar Knight was already 100 years old, and the next 100 years would be the best time for her. Lord Arthur, I have something to ask you. Can you give me an answer? The Annabelle Templar Knight gritted her teeth and asked. Go ahead. David felt that the Annabelle Templar Knight was very serious, so he waved his hand and said, Are you sure you can fight against the shrines? The Annabelle Templar Knight asked seriously. This question should not have been asked by the Annabelle Templar Knight. First of all, she was a member of the War Shrines. Secondly, she should have more confidence in the strength of the shrines. However, the Annabelle Templar Knight knew another thing. So far, Lord Arthur's combat strength was not clear. Especially since the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit disappeared, the Annabelle Templar Knight guessed that Lord Arthur had the strength to fight against a demigod. Of course, The fact that the god of war had personally sent down an oracle also showed that Lord Arthur was not ordinary. Yes, David hesitated for a moment, but still replied with certainty. The Annabelle Templar Knight did not hesitate any longer. She knelt on one knee and bowed her head to David. "My lord, I, Annabelle, pledge my loyalty to you. I hope to become a member of the House of Luce." "Why is that?" David was really shocked and asked. "I want to become a legend, and then a demigod. The Shrines of War can't give me that. I've decided to leave the Shrines of War. You are the only one who can take me in." After the Annabelle Templar Knight made her decision, her tone was a lot more relaxed. "But what about your faith?" David still had some doubts. "Faith? When the Shrines found out that I had the gift of an oracle, they never cared about my faith, nor did they force me to pray. I'm still just a shallow believer, so the price of betraying my faith is not too high," the Annabelle Templar Knight said self-deprecatingly. David thought about it and agreed. The Annabelle Templar Knight was a special existence among the shrines. She could travel around, and almost no one cared about her. Of course, the Annabelle Templar Knight that David saw was a knight of Annabelle Templar who had successfully descended several times. She had a very high status among the shrines. "Annabelle Templar Knight, as the Lord of the House of Luce, I agree to let you join the House of Luce." David waved his hand, and a level 5 long sword appeared in his hand. He used the long sword to lightly touch the Annabelle Templar Knight's head and left and right shoulders. This was a knight's loyalty ceremony. It seemed simple, but every knight would not treat it casually, because it was related to the loyalty of a knight for the rest of their life. After the Annabelle Templar Knight stood up, she immediately considered the interests of Lord Arthur. "My lord, shouldn't you find a place to hide first? Gamistar may seem safe, but once the shrines use their means of war, those energy weapons alone will not be able to stop them. Don't worry, as long as it's not that person's real body, they can't do anything to me. It's time for dinner. Let's eat first," David said with a smile as he looked at the time. "You can live in the left castle for now. I'll arrange for a new one to be built for you soon. If you're not used to being served by robots, you can recruit some servants from Gamistar. Currently, there are no human servants on Gamistar," David said to the Annabelle Templar Knight as he walked towards the dining hall. Chapter 1105. I don't need a human servant. I heard that the robots of the Interstellar Federation can do better than humans. It's a good opportunity to see it, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple said with a smile. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple followed behind David. She had a smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with determination. Although the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was a shallow believer, she had a special connection with the Shrines of War. She had already decided to no longer believe in the god of war and leave the Shrines of War, so the connection could no longer be maintained. Perhaps for most believers, it was not easy to cut off the connection. Changing one's faith was a process that could not be completed in a day. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple had seen many books seized from the believers of the evil god in the war shrines. Among them, there was a method to directly cut off the connection. At that time, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple would never have thought that the method she had casually seen would be used many years later. The spirit of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple turned into a sharp blade and drilled into the space between her eyebrows. There was a shadow formed by her long prayer. This shadow could not be seen by anyone other than herself. This was the condensation point of her faith. If it was a devout believer, this shadow would be clearer. The shadow of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple could barely be seen as a human. It was completely impossible to see that it was the form of the god of war. The spirit blade pierced the shadow, and it collapsed. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple trembled violently. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly pale. Cutting off the connection would not cause any harm to ordinary people, but the stronger one was, the more severe the damage would be. This was related to the strength of the believer's spirit. Ordinary people's spirits were very weak, so the backlash from cutting off the connection was also very small. For a Knight of the Annabelle Temple and a top-level Knight of the Annabelle Temple, the The consequence of forcibly cutting off the connection was that her spirit would be damaged. David turned his head and saw the state of the night of the Annabelle Temple. He could not help but shake his head. The night of the Annabelle Temple was still the strong female knight he knew. She was extremely decisive. When he accepted the night of the Annabelle Temple, the knight of the Annabelle Temple had already expressed her determination. David flicked his finger, and a trace of eternal life force shot into the knight of the Annabelle Temple. The knight of the Annabelle Temple's injuries healed in a breaths of the Annabelle Temple, and her complexion regained its rosy color. Sir Lord, undying life force is too wasteful, Temple Knight Annabella said, at a loss. Annabelle Temple's knight of the Annabelle Temple's knowledge was not comparable to ordinary knights. When she sensed the aura of the eternal life force, she could almost guess what it was. Coupled with the healing effect of the eternal life force, she was 100% sure that Lord Arthur was healing her. The knight of the Annabelle Temple had never seen the eternal life force, but the shrines recorded the details of the eternal life force, from its aura to its effects and so on. Previously, the amount of undying life force in the heartwarming lotus seed soup was too little, and with David's master-level cooking ability, the taste of the heartwarming lotus seed soup covered the aura of the undying life force. But this time was different. David directly sent out a trace of eternal life force, and the knight of the Annabelle Temple immediately recognized it. Annabelle Temple's knight of the Annabelle Temple knew how precious the eternal life force was. But Lord Arthur had wasted the eternal life force because of her small injury. Lord Arthur's heart did not ache, but she did. Nothing. Let's eat first. David was a little surprised. He did not expect the knight of the Annabelle Temple to recognize the eternal life force, so he smiled and changed the topic. The knight of the Annabelle Temple saw that Lord Arthur did not want to talk about the eternal life force, so she did not say anything more. The dishes were naturally cooked by David's energy clone, and every one of them was delicious. The knight of the Annabelle Temple, who was eating, felt that joining the loose family was an excellent thing, even if it was for the sake of the food. After the meal, David called the knight of the Annabelle Temple to the lounge, where the robots delivered a few fruits. These fruits were cultivated by the Eldar in the Divine Portal card, and every one of them had reached the level of a spirit item. My lord, do you usually eat fruits like this? The knight of the Annabelle Temple picked up a fruit and put it in her mouth. Then she opened her eyes wide in disbelief. This was not to say that the knight of the Annabelle Temple was ignorant. It was because she was very knowledgeable that she understood the value of these fruits. A spirit item fruit required an extremely special environment to grow, and the time it took to grow was also very long. Even the shrines of the war only had 5 spirit fruit trees. These trees usually needed to be taken care of carefully. The short ones would only produce fruit once every 100 years, while the long ones would only produce fruit once every few hundred years. The fruits produced by the spirit fruit trees were the best resources of the shrines of the war. Even the knight of the Annabelle Temple had only eaten them once, and that was when she made a great contribution and was rewarded by the shrines of the war. If you like these fruits, I'll give you some later. We'll talk after you finish eating. David did not care about the spirit fruit. It was easy for the Eldar to cultivate them. This was because the situation on Gamistar was a little unstable, so David did not move the Eldar from the Divine Space Card to Gamistar. If the Eldar were to live on Gamistar, then the spirit fruit trees would be all over the planet. The knight of the Annabelle Temple stared blankly at the fruit on the plate. She did not know how to respond for a moment. Lord Arthur's resources were beyond her imagination. David thought for a moment and said to the knight of the Annabelle Temple, "By the way, you said that you need a training method to reach the legendary rank. Give me the knight training method you're currently practicing, and I'll see if I can improve it." Okay. The knight of the Annabelle Temple didn't know if she could believe that Lord Arthur had this ability, but she knew that Lord Arthur was stronger than her. Since Lord Arthur had mentioned it, he must have a certain degree of confidence. The blood of the knight of the Annabelle Temple was not the blood of dragons, but the blood of phoenixes. The phoenixes were powerful ancient birds. David's black dragon breathing technique was naturally not suitable for the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. He wanted to take a look at the training method of the Annabelle Temple Knight of the Annabelle Temple. If it didn't work, he'd just give her the perfect version of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. If the Knight of the Annabelle Temple had just sided with him, he wouldn't have trusted her so much. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple had cut off the connection of faith, which was a betrayal to the followers of the Shrines of the War, especially since she was an oracle. This kind of betrayal was almost equivalent to blasphemy against the gods. Even if the Shrines of the War wanted to send someone to deceive David, they wouldn't do it so decisively. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple took out a book from her portal ring and told him how to decode it. David took the book. It was full of chaotic, divine language. This was also a very common encryption method used in the great world of God. With the decode method, it was easy to understand the content. As expected, he thought to himself after reading the training method of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. The training method of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was obviously a simplified version of the perfect version of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. David's mind turned the content of the perfect version of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple into a ball of spiritual knowledge. He pointed his finger, and the ball of spiritual knowledge appeared between his fingers. "Open your mind and feel it," David said in a deep voice. David didn't pay much attention to the secret technique that could copy knowledge. Now that his vision was different, his judgment of things was also different. Perhaps for others, the secret technique taught by the Black Dragon Alexis was extremely incredible. But for David, who was already able to face the gods, it was really just a small secret technique. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple was a little confused, but she knew that Lord Arthur wouldn't harm her. She opened her mind and touched the ball of spiritual knowledge. As soon as she touched it, a piece of knowledge was transmitted to the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. It was the memory of the perfect version of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple, and even a lot of practice experience. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple had been shocked many times today, but after receiving all the knowledge, she was shocked again. It was so similar to the Knight of the Annabelle Temple that the two Knight of the Annabelle Temple must have come from the same source. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple that Lord Arthur gave her was more detailed, covering the practice from the apprentice knight to the demigod level. In other words, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was only a part of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. This is from the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. It should be the Knight of Shrines. David explained with a smile. This is the perfect version of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple said with certainty after hearing Lord Arthur's explanation. As early as thousands of years ago, the 5 shrines announced that the perfect version of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was lost. There were many rumors about how it was lost, but since then, no Knight of the 5 shrines was able to see the perfect version of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple trembled slightly, which was a manifestation of excitement. Originally, she joined Lord Arthur only to find a force that could protect her, and also to get some help from Lord Arthur to become a legend. However, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple did not have much confidence in actually getting help from Lord Arthur to become a legend. Lord Arthur's growth process was too short, and his foundation was far inferior to the other top nobles. She did not expect that Lord Arthur would give her the perfect version of the Knight of the Shrines that had been lost. Even if the Knight of the Annabelle Temple stayed in the War Shrines, she would not be able to get a better Knight of the Annabelle Temple than the perfect version of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. Most importantly, the perfect version of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was not only available to the legendary level, but also to the demigod level. It was even possible to become a god with the perfect version of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. Of course, the perfect version of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was only part of the knowledge. The other part was the training experience. After reading it, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple understood that this must be the experience of a knight who had practiced the perfect version of a Knight of the Annabelle Temple. Based on this training experience, the perfect version of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple could be upgraded to the Grandmaster level in a short time. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple knelt on one knee again and said excitedly, "My lord, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple is willing to die for you." David smiled and waved the Knight of the Annabelle Temple to get up. "I don't need you to die for me. You are a member of the Luce family. It is only right for you to learn the inherited Knight of the Luce family." He then took out a portal ring and threw it to the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. David said to the Knight of the Annabelle Temple, "You can stay in Gammy for a while. I will let you use the super large spirit gathering circle. Aside from some fruits, there are also some training resources in the portal ring. The Luce family does not have enough resources, so you will have to make do with them." The Knight of the Annabelle Temple stood up and took the portal ring. She entered the portal ring with her mind and saw 100 or so spirit fruits, 10 perfect grade krypton crystals, and the rest were all level 4 strengthened meat. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple wanted to ask Lord Arthur if he had any misunderstandings about the heritage of the Annabelle Temple. Before receiving the portal ring, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple had indeed thought that the Luce family did not have much of a heritage. However, after seeing the items in the portal ring, she changed her mind. Not to mention the perfect grade krypton crystals and the huge amount of level 4 strengthened meat. Just looking at the 100 or so spirit fruits, even the Shrines of the War would not be able to produce so many spirit fruits. Spirit fruits were the best training resources, but because of their scarcity, they were extremely rare outside of the 5 great shrines. To a certain extent, the heartwarming lotus seed soup was also a type of spirit fruit. However, because the main ingredient was the undying life force, its greatest effect was healing. The spirit fruits, cultivated by the spirit race, contained the essence of energy that was easier for humans to absorb. Because the energy in the spirit fruits was extremely high-end, even a demigod could have an effect on it. In addition to the spirit fruits, there is also the right to use the super-large spirit gathering circle. These conditions were enough to make any Knight of the Annabelle Temple go crazy. David did not give the Knight of the Annabelle Temple any equipment. The equipment of the Annabelle Temple Knight of the Annabelle Temple was the best among level 5 Knights of the Annabelle Temple. Before he refined a piece of legendary equipment, he could not change the equipment of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. He sent an order to the Cube's super AI system to build another castle near the castle, which was also inside the super-large spirit gathering circle. In any case, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was a level 5 Knight of the Annabelle Temple. She had to be treated like a Knight of the Annabelle Temple. Chapter 1106. Archbishop Guy was sitting in the starry sky, flying ship. Beside him was Bishop McKinley, as well as several 5th-rank holy knights and 5th-rank priests. After the Knight of the Annabelle Temple teleported away, Archbishop Guy returned to the starship. He was waiting for news from the Knight of the Annabelle Temple. Once there was news, he would lead everyone to Planet Gammy. Archbishop Guy had thought it through. Currently, there were many rumors about the war shrines attacking Planet Gammy and causing heavy losses. As long as he could capture Lord Arthur this time, he would be able to restore his reputation. This time, not only would he go to Planet Gammy, but he would also make a big move to show everyone the power of the war shrines. What? Suddenly, Archbishop Guy sensed something abnormal and exclaimed. When Archbishop Guy sensed the abnormality, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple cut off the connection of faith. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple was the most important oracle of the war shrines. Naturally, her connection of faith was very important. When it was cut off, Archbishop Guy immediately received the signal. "Annabelle, how dare she?" Archbishop Guy roared. Archbishop Guy, who rarely lost his composure, lost it once again. He could no longer maintain his calm appearance. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple betrayed the war shrines. This was even more serious than the previous defeat of the war shrines. The defeat of the war shrines could only mean that the planet's defense system set up by Lord Arthur was extremely powerful. The war shrines suffered a great loss because they were not prepared. But who was the Knight of the Annabelle Temple? She was the strongest oracle of the war shrines. What was an oracle? She was the spokesperson of God. God could descend at any time and control the oracle's body. Such a person betrayed the war shrines. This would have a negative impact on the faith of the war shrines. Archbishop, what's the matter? Seeing that Archbishop Guy was inexplicably angry, Bishop McKinley asked in confusion. Annabelle betrayed her faith and cut off the connection of faith. Archbishop Guy announced in a deep voice. This time, it was not only Archbishop Gay who was angry, but everyone present also showed anger. To them, faith was everything. Betraying faith was blasphemy. Were you threatened by Lord Arthur? A temple knight asked softly. His words were not supported by anyone, because it was completely impossible. Cutting off the faith connection could only be done by the person himself. Apart from the person himself, no one else would be able to discover the faith convergence point. Even if the believer was killed, the faith connection would not be broken. The faith connection would determine the believer's faith level after the believer's death, or lead the believer's soul to the God's small world, or return the soul to the origin of the world. None of these would result in the disconnection of the faith connection. Only after the soul was processed, the faith connection would dissipate on its own accord. Dissipating on its own accord would not send out any abnormal signals. In other words, there was only one possibility. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple had cut off the connection of faith. Archbishop Guy, I'll contact Annabelle and find a way to change her mind. I believe she was just confused for a moment. Bishop McKinley still wanted to salvage the situation. No need to say anything more. Issue a mission to capture Annabelle in the shrines. Archbishop Guy waved his hand. This matter could not be concealed at all. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple had a lot of influence among the knights. What do we do now? A level 5 priest asked. Archbishop Guy was also having a headache. Now that Lord Arthur and the Knight of the Annabelle Temple were both on Gammy Star, it was very difficult to enter Gammy Star. Let's disband first and wait for new orders, Archbishop Guy said helplessly. Archbishop Guy, who held great power, had never felt so powerless. Dealing with Lord Arthur had caused the shrines of the war to suffer heavy losses. The most important thing was that the shrines of the war had not informed the other 4 gods, so the action of dealing with Lord Arthur had become a private action of the shrines of the war. They could not get the help of the Supreme Council, nor could they mobilize the holy knights of the Supreme Council. With the power of the war shrine alone, Archbishop Guy actually felt that the war shrine was powerless. While Archbishop Guy was thinking of a solution, the news that the shrines of the war had issued a mission to capture the Knight of the Annabelle Temple had also quickly reached the ears of Speaker Gould. When he first heard the news, Speaker Gould did not believe it at all. However, after checking the source of the news, Speaker Gould had to believe the truth of the matter. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple had accepted the mission to capture Lord Arthur and went to Gammy Star through the portal alone. Soon after, she had betrayed her faith. The source of the news was the clansmen of the Shrines of the War arranged by the main family. There could not be any mistakes in such a major matter. Speaker Gould's curiosity was bursting. His relationship with the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was extremely complicated. If it were not for the fact that the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was an oracle, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple might have already been the mistress of the main family. Speaker Gould could not imagine that the Knight of the Annabelle Temple would betray the Shrines of the War. After all, after they met, he had launched an attack on her, but in the end, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple only recognized him as a good friend and did not continue to deepen their relationship. This was because the Knight of the Annabelle Temple believed that she belonged to the War Shrines. He did not use the communication array, as it was unclear if he used the communication array. Speaker Gould did not care about the fact that Gammy Star was now the most popular place. He directly applied to the planetary level portal of Gammy Star. Almost as soon as the application was made, Gammy Star approved it. Speaker Gould appeared on Gammy Star through the portal. As soon as he came out, he saw Lord Arthur and the Knight of the Annabelle Temple, who was half a step behind Lord Arthur. The position of the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was very particular, and this half-step showed her identity. The aristocratic family's patriarch had the highest status, and the rest of the family needed to be centered around the patriarch in formal occasions. Speaker Gould, why did you come in person? David greeted him with a smile. David's spirit was extremely strong, and he had cultivated a variety of spiritual talents. When Speaker Gould came, he looked at the night of the Annabelle Temple, which made him understand that Speaker Gould came for the night of the Annabelle Temple. Lord Arthur, I'm relieved to see that you're all right. Speaker Gould replied with a smile. Did you come because you heard about the night of the Annabelle Temple? David said with a smile. Speaker Gould was not embarrassed, and the night of the Annabelle Temple did not even have a change of expression on her face. Both of them were over 100 years old, and had long passed the age of being impulsive. After so many years of being together, even if there was a trace of ambiguity between the night of the Annabelle Temple and Speaker Gould, it had turned into the purest of friendship. Speaker Gould ignored David's teasing and asked the night of the Annabelle Temple in a deep voice, Tell me, Annabelle, what's wrong with you? I've had enough of the shackles of the shrines of war. I've made great contributions time and time again, but I can't exchange for the trust of the shrines. The night of the Annabelle Temple said with a bitter smile, Is it because of the rejection of your promotion to legend? Speaker Gould continued to ask. That's just one of the reasons. I said something I was dissatisfied with, and I was asked to train hard for 100 years, and even after I used God's descent to capture his lordship. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple shook her head and replied, Wait, you've defected to Lord Arthur? Speaker Gould could not help but be shocked when he heard the Knight of the Annabelle Temple address David as his lordship. Who else in this world do you think can protect me? The Knight of the Annabelle Temple asked with a faint smile. Speaker Gould wanted to say that he could protect her, but he knew very well that he did not have the strength to do so. That's good too. Lord Arthur is powerful enough. I will also mediate for Lord Arthur in the Supreme Council. I will not let the shrines of war interfere with the internal affairs of the nobles. Speaker Gould nodded and said, You have to be careful too. The shrines of the Annabelle Temple do not have many scruples. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple warned. The shrines of the Annabelle Temple were not as clean as they appeared to be, and the Knight of the Annabelle Temple was very clear about this. Once the shrines saw someone as a heretic, they would no longer have any scruples in their actions and would use any means necessary. Lord Arthur, historically speaking, no one has ever been able to resist the pursuit of the shrines. If you need, I can arrange for you to go to the Interstellar Federation. The shrines of the Federation do not have the slightest influence over there. Speaker Gould suggested to David. Speaker Gould was worried that David would not be willing to give up his territory because of the influence of external things, and would rather live and die with the territory. Don't worry about me. My subordinates won't be implicated, right? David did not care about the situation on his side. He was just a little worried about whether Lord Harlow and the other Knight of the Holy Temple would be affected. Anyway, it was a foothold. Even if he lost Planet Gammy, Planet Duner, and some other scattered territories, David would not care too much. Lord Harlow's territory was his territory. The only question now was whether the shrines of the war would take action against Lord Harlow. You worry too much. If the shrines of the war want to be implicated, all the nobles will stand up against the shrines of the war. Speaker Gould said with certainty. After thousands of years of reproduction, intermarriage between nobles was very common, especially among the top nobles. There were less than 100 top nobles in total, and the marriage between the top nobles had long been a matter of mutual affection between the top nobles. Speaking of which, every top nobles had a close or distant relationship with each other. If the shrines of the war really did involve the rest of the Knight of the Holy Temple in the matter of Lord Arthur, the impact would be intensified. Not to mention the involvement. Even the arrest of Lord Arthur by the shrines of the war had caused a huge uproar in the circle of nobles. The arrest of the top nobles by the shrines of the war for no reason made the shrines of the war become provocateurs in the eyes of many nobles. Annabella, the shrines of the war have issued an arrest warrant for you. You have to be careful before the matter is resolved. Speaker Gould reminded the knight of the Annabella of the Holy Temple. Wait until I reach the legendary rank. I like to see who comes after me. Annabella of the Holy Temple said in a deep voice. Annabella of the Holy Temple spoke with great confidence in reaching the legendary rank. This confidence was given to her by Lord Arthur. I'm about to reach the legendary rank too. Let's see who reaches the legendary rank first. Speaker Gould glanced at David on the side, then smiled at the knight of the Holy Temple. Speaker Gould was not at all surprised that the knight of the Holy Temple had the confidence to reach the legendary rank. Ever since Lord Arthur took out the Black Dragon breathing technique, Speaker Gould understood that Lord Arthur's ascension to the legendary rank was not a coincidence. With the guidance of a legendary rank like Lord Arthur, the chances of the knight of the Holy Temple advancing to the legendary rank were greatly increased. All right, let's compete. The knight of the Holy Temple accepted the challenge with a smile. Only David knew that Chairman Gould was definitely going to lose. There was a huge gap between the Black Dragon breathing technique and the Perfect Knight breathing technique. In addition, Annabella's Temple Knight's Perfect Knight training method, with his knowledge transfer, would soon reach the Grandmaster level, and by then, the training speed would increase even more. President Gould, you've come at the right time. I've got some good stuff. I'll share some with you. David recalled the expression of the Annabella Temple Knight when she saw the Fey fruit. Only then did he realize how precious the Fey fruit was. What is it? I won't hold back. Chairman Gould replied with a smile. David took out 100 Fey fruits, placed them in the spatial item, and tossed them to Chairman Gould. Chairman Gould reached out and caught them. He was stunned after just one glance. Fey fruit? Did you rob the shrine's treasury? Chairman Gould asked in disbelief. It was no wonder that he would ask this. Anyone who heard that the war shrines wanted to capture Lord Arthur and didn't say the reason would think of the possibility that Lord Arthur had robbed the war shrine's treasury when they saw the Fey fruit that only the shrines had. If it were someone else, Chairman Gould wouldn't have thought of this at all. However, Lord Arthur didn't dare to do anything in front of him. When he was weak, he dared to make an enemy out of a strong opponent. It was normal for the weak to defeat the strong. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lord Arthur was extremely daring. I'm sure that the war shrines didn't have as many Fey fruits as the Lord, the Annabella Temple Knight interjected. No wonder you made a bet with me that you could advance to legend first. It turns out that you had the Fey fruit as a foundation. However, Lord Arthur also gave me some Fey fruit, so we're on the same level again. Chairman Gould didn't bother about the origin of the Fey fruit and said with a smile, "Don't deny it if you lose," the Annabella Temple Knight said confidently. Chapter 1107. After seeing off President Gould, the knight of the Annabella Temple was in a much better mood. President Gould was supportive of the knight of the Annabella Temple joining Lord Arthur. David sensed the news from the bug world and said to the knight of the Annabella Temple with a smile, "I'm going to train. If you have any questions, you can ask through any robot or look for the knight of the Annabella Temple. I'll receive the news." The knight of the Annabella Temple was the 14th knight of the temple that David left on planet Gammy. Although the knight of the Annabella Temple was surprised that Lord Arthur was hiding another knight in addition to the 13 knight subordinates of the great world of God, it was nothing. In her heart, she welcomed Lord Arthur's increasing strength. Only when Lord Arthur's forces were strong could she be safer. After David was a distance away from the knight of the Annabella Temple, he waved his hand and activated the break space talent ability. He went through the space tunnel and directly came to the great world of God's safe spot 500 meters underground. Then he opened the wormhole that connected to the bug world's safe spot. As soon as the wormhole was formed, he stepped into it. The clone of the golden-winged Beetle King was already waiting outside the space crack. In the claw of the golden-winged Beetle King was the half-body Spider King. At this time, the half-body Spider King was in a coma, and its injuries were so serious that it was on the verge of death. David used his innate ability break through space to appear beside the golden-winged beetle king. The divine artifact, knight's battle sword, appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into the heart of the half-body Spider King. The lethal effect of the divine knight battle sword caused the half-body Spider King to lose its last bit of life force while it was unconscious. The shadow attendant, who was already prepared, pounced forward and absorbed the soul of the half-body Spider King. Originally, David didn't plan on reviving the half-body Spider King. Compared to a legendary rank insect avatar, he preferred a legendary rank soul avatar. That would allow him to think faster. This was a direct boost to his understanding of the fundamental laws. Faster thinking and more soul avatars, especially legendary soul avatars, had obvious effects when activating the Brainstorm talent ability. However, the actions of the Shrines of War had disrupted David's plans. He needed to increase his own strength. Currently, the fastest way to increase one's strength was not to comprehend the basic laws. That was because he had already encountered a bottleneck during the comprehension process. It was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. The fastest way to increase one's strength was to upgrade the small world in one soul space. This was also the easiest way to do so, as long as one had a large number of space stones. There were quite a few space stone mines in the insectoid world. This was probably related to the scarcity of space-type insectoids in the insectoid world. In addition, even if the insectoids wanted to cultivate space-type insectoids, they would focus on cultivating the most talented ones. Just the star map provided by the spirit race's patriarch, Sai, had a lot of space stone mines. David then used the golden-winged beetle king avatar to explore the insectoid communication network and found more information about space stone mines. He also discovered that the insectoid world was probably rich in space stone mines. The number of space stone mines here far exceeded the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. At least from what he knew, the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation's space stone mines, whether in terms of production or storage, were not more than a tenth of the insectoid world's space stone mines. Of course, every world had its own specialty. In David's opinion, space stones were a specialty of the insectoid world. If he wanted to mine these space stones quickly, he would have to send out an insectoid avatar to mine them. If he wanted to mine the space stone mine silently, he would have to have a sufficiently powerful avatar. David prepared to resurrect the half-body Spider King. A legendary-level half-body Spider King was enough to mine the space stone mines alone. The resurrection process was very simple. He had done the whole process many times, so he was very familiar with it. In just a short 10 minutes, the half-body Spider King in front of him became his avatar. The half-body Spider King retained most of its natural abilities, especially its ability to use spider silk. This allowed the combat power of the half-body Spider King avatar to not be affected much by its resurrection. David also released the Blade Mantis King. This way, there would be a demigod golden-winged beetle king avatar and 2 legendary-level insectoid avatars in the insectoid world. After sending out the 3 insectoid avatars, David did not stay in the insectoid world for long. He returned to the great world of God. The next few days seemed to be peaceful, but the nobles of the divine macro world all felt nervous and jittery at the slightest sound. Lord Arthur was hiding in the great world of God. He did not take revenge like before when he was attacked. Everyone could understand this. No matter how strong Lord Arthur's opponents were in the past, the strongest was only level 5. However, this time, the war shrines were backed by the god of war. It would be difficult for Lord Arthur to take revenge. Instead, he might walk right into a trap. Lord Arthur did not make any moves, but the war shrines did not stop moving. A figure wearing a hooded robe appeared in front of the war shrines. Immediately, a priest stepped forward to stop him. "Who are you? What's the matter?" The priest asked in a deep voice. "I've been invited by the Archbishop." The hooded figure raised his head, revealing the face of Lord Fred of the Black Dragon family. He spoke softly. "So it's Lord Fred. The Archbishop is waiting for you in the reception room of the side hall." The priest had also received the order. He smiled as he led the way. Lord Fred lowered his head again and walked toward the side hall. Seeing Lord Fred's departing figure, the priest could not help but reveal a hint of ridicule on his face. He had been invited by Archbishop Gay, yet he had dressed up like this. Lord Fred quickened his pace. He knew very well that even though this was the War God Temple, the information here was not kept secret at all. That divine priest who had been briefed was still fine, but if the other divine priest were to see his face, then it was likely that the entire noble circle would know that he had come to the War God Temple. Lord Fred had no choice but to disguise himself like this to hide his identity. Nowadays, the war shrines already had a bad reputation in the noble circle. Every noble believed that the war shrines were challenging the noble's right to live. If the noble circle were to find out that Lord Fred had paid a visit to the war shrines, even if he was a top-notch noble, even if he possessed the dragon bloodline, he would still be ostracized by the other nobles. This was especially true for Chairman Gould and the other lords around him. They would definitely take action against Lord Fred. After entering the reception room, Lord Fred let out a long sigh of relief. "Greetings, Archbishop Gay. What business do you have with me?" Just as Lord Fred entered the reception room, he saw an illusory figure appear in the meeting room and sit down on the main seat. He hurriedly bowed. The person who had come was none other than Archbishop Gay's spiritual clone. Lord Fred was still somewhat disappointed. The fact that Archbishop Gay did not personally come to meet him meant that he did not value him highly enough. Just like how Lord Fred did not want others to see him enter the war shrines, Archbishop Gay was also helpless. Lord Arthur was known as the Invincible Knight of the Great World of God. This title covered up his other title, the #1 Assassin of the Great World of God. Normally, no one would mention the title of #1 Assassin. That was because this was not a title conferred by the shrines. Instead, it was a title that Lord Arthur had inherited from Bishop Cameron after successfully killing him. Bishop Cameron was originally the #1 assassin of the Great World of God. Furthermore, he had run amok for 1,000 years. This title of #1 assassin was acknowledged by the dark world of the Great World of God. Even the shrines had tacitly acknowledged this title. In the past 1,000 years, experts from the 5 great shrines had fallen at the hands of Bishop Cameron. Lord Arthur had killed Bishop Cameron. If it weren't for the fact that his other achievements were even more glorious, especially his title of Invincible Knight, which was even more acknowledged by the people of the world, the title of #1 Assassin, which he had inherited, would have been forgotten. However, those who had become enemies with Lord Arthur would not believe that the title of #1 Assassin would disappear just like that. Even Archbishop Gay had to be on guard against Lord Arthur's assassination methods. Thus, no matter what, Archbishop Gay would never appear in his true form in front of people who were not shrines. I believe you have also heard about Arthur Kerr and the war shrines? Archbishop Gay asked in a deep voice. Archbishop Gay did not even ask Lord Fred to sit down and talk. Lord Fred could only stand and listen to him. Yes. Lord Fred bowed as he replied. Let me tell you something. The war shrines had received a divine order to capture Arthur Kerr. As long as the war shrines are not destroyed, the capture will not end. Archbishop Gay said in a deep voice. Lord Fred was shocked. He had never understood why the war shrines would suddenly target Lord Arthur, and why they did not give him a reason. At this moment, Lord Fred understood that the god of war wanted to capture Lord Arthur. This matter could not be brought out in the open. Although the great world of God was a world ruled by shrines, the shrines did not directly interfere with the management of the secular world. Instead, it was managed by the nobles. Any action taken by the shrines would be carried out through the nobles. Directly capturing a noble would break all the rules and laws of the world. Of course, even if the nobles found out about the war shrine's actions, it would be too late. The problem was that the war shrine's actions had failed. Furthermore, the entire great world of God was made aware of this matter. At present, this matter was no longer a conflict between Arthur Kerr and the war shrines. Instead, it was a conflict between the nobles' interests and the war shrines. If the nobles did not unite, They would lose the rights they had worked so hard to obtain over the past tens of thousands of years. They would be at the mercy of shrines. Most importantly, the war shrines had not been able to unite with the other 4 shrines. This gave the nobles hope. This meant that the war shrines had only acted on their own and did not receive the support of the other 4 shrines. Lord Fred began to consider which side to take. Before coming here, he had been considering the conditions offered by the war shrines. If the war shrines offered him sufficient conditions, he could secretly help the war shrines. Now that he knew the determination of the war shrines, he was even more certain of his previous decision. In fact, Lord Fred's appearance before the war shrines had already made his stance clear. I have a request for you. This is not difficult for you. Just lure Arthur Kerr away from Gammy Star. As long as he leaves Gammy Star, the shrines will set up a trap and capture him in one fell swoop. Archbishop Guy stated his request. Archbishop, you should know that my relationship with Lord Arthur is not so good that I can invite him to leave Gammy Star at a time like this. Lord Fred said with a wry smile. He was actually relieved that Archbishop Guy did not ask him to take action. Instead, he only wanted to help. The war shrines are very dissatisfied with Chairman Gould. I will facilitate the re-election of the chairman. In addition, Arthur Kerr is a knight of the Black Dragon Blood Temple. After Arthur Kerr is captured, the shrines will return at least 2 of the shrines to the Morse family. Archbishop Guy did not pay attention to Lord Fred's difficulties. He only calmly stated his conditions. Lord Fred was really tempted. All he had to do was lure Lord Arthur out. There was no danger at all. The benefits he would get would first be the position of chairman. Every lord who became the chairman of the Supreme Council would make their family the #1 aristocratic family in the great world of God. Next will be the Black Dragon Blood. Lord Fred had been eyeing the bloodline of the Black Dragon Blood Temple Knight under Lord Arthur for a long time. The Black Dragon Blood Temple Knight's Black Dragon Blood was extremely rich. As long as he entered the Morse family, he would definitely improve the Morse family's Black Dragon Blood by a large margin. This might not appear in a short period of time, but it would affect the Morse family's Black Dragon Blood for thousands of years to come. As for whether the 2 Black Dragon Blood Temple Knights were willing or not, without Lord Arthur's protection and the support of the war shrines, the 2 Black Dragon Blood Temple Knights had no right to resist. I need you to keep this a secret. Don't let anyone know that I am involved. Lord Fred gritted his teeth and made his request. Of course. Actually, you don't have to worry. Without Arthur Kerr, after the aristocrats create a commotion for a period of time, the influence of the war shrines will soon be restored. Archbishop Guy said with a satisfied smile. Lord Fred did not support Archbishop Guy's words, but he also did not want to refute them. The current situation was more serious than Archbishop Guy had imagined. In particular, the Annabella Blood Temple Knight had left the war shrines and completely removed the influence of the war shrines. As long as the war shrines did not capture the Annabella Blood Temple Knight, the influence of the war shrines would not be restored. Furthermore, the longer the Annabella Blood Temple Knight was free, the greater the impact on the war shrine's reputation would be. However, Archbishop Guy clearly did not prioritize the Annabella Blood Temple Knight. Instead, he prioritized capturing Lord Arthur. Chapter 1108. What Lord Fred did not know was that the Knight of the Annabella Temple had defected to Lord Arthur and remained in Gammy Star. Archbishop Guy had no choice but to deal with Lord Arthur before he could capture the Knight of the Annabella Temple. Chairman Gould did not reveal that the Knight of the Annabella Temple had defected to Lord Arthur, so no one knew about this. Even Archbishop Guy was just guessing. Lord Fred bowed and said, Archbishop, I need some time. The situation has been too tense recently. Archbishop Guy waved his hand and said, I'll give you 15 days. If you can't do it, I'll look for other lords. Lord Fred left the meeting room. He did not know if cooperating with the Shrines of War was the right choice. But after receiving Archbishop Guy's invitation, he only had one choice. Behind the Shrines of War was the God of War. Lord Fred did not dare to offend the Shrines of War. Currently, the nobles thought that Archbishop Guy had some conflict with Lord Arthur, which was why he had attacked Lord Arthur. If they knew that the god of war had sent an oracle to deal with Lord Arthur, who knew how many people would support him. However, to the shrines of war, the oracle of the god of war had no reason. Once it was made public, it would have a negative impact on the god of war's image. The shrines of war had considered this point, which was why they did not make it public. The knight of the Annabella Temple had been living very comfortably for the past few days. All 3 meals a day were delicacies and fine wine that Lord Arthur had stocked up. This was nothing. After receiving the god of war's divine descent many times, the knight of the Annabella Temple had already reached the peak of the legendary rank. What she lacked was resources and training methods. After a few days of practicing the perfect version of the knight cultivation method, his proficiency of the perfect version of the knight cultivation method had reached the Grandmaster level. Although Annabella's Temple Knight had improved so much because of David's Grandmaster level perfect knight training method, it also showed how terrifying Annabella's Temple Knight talent was. On the 6th day of practicing the perfect knight's training method, Annabelle Temple Knight felt her realm loosening. Annabella had long reached the pinnacle of the knight rank and was only 1 step away. She had no direction in the past, but now that she had a direction and had the support of top-grade Fey fruits, it was normal for her to meet the promotion requirements in a short time. The energy gathered by the super-large spirit gathering array poured into the body of the knight of the Annabella Temple. The patrolling knight of Anong Temple sensed the abnormal energy fluctuations here. The knight of Anong Temple immediately alerted David's main body. David's main body was in the training room, but he was not cultivating. Instead, he divided his mind into 3 and controlled 3 insect avatars to mine space stones in the insect world. David activated the Void Break talent ability, and he went to the side of the knight of the Annabella Temple through the space passage. David had already arranged for the knight of Anong Temple to pay attention to the cultivation of the knight of the Annabella Temple, but he did not expect the promotion of the knight of the Annabella Temple to come so quickly. Among his knight avatars, a few of them had also reached the pinnacle of the knight rank, but there were still no signs of promotion. Fortunately, David had already made arrangements. It was not easy to promote to the legendary rank, and someone needed to be there to protect her. The knight of the Annabella Temple was no longer stingy with any resources. She distributed all the perfect krypton crystals around her and used more than 10 of them to increase the level of the energy gathered by the super-large spirit gathering array. She also sensed the arrival of David, and for some reason, she felt a sense of peace. The books of the war shrines had records of the promotion to the legendary rank, and the knight of the Annabella Temple knew the risks involved. The changes in her body made her unable to be distracted. The bloodline power in her mind was increasing, and she could feel the space in her mind being squeezed. The bloodline power in her mind was already solidified, and it was being forcefully compressed. Before, the bloodline power was metal, but now it was being forged into swords. The bloodline power that was rotating in the heart, C, also turned into countless long swords that danced in the air. A part of the condensed bloodline power entered the body of the knight of the Annabella Temple and circulated. The perfect version of a knight training method had strengthened almost every part of her body. The pain made the knight of the Annabella Temple tremble slightly, but she was not an ordinary person. Every time she was hurt by a god's descent, she had learned to endure the pain. She focused on controlling the bloodline power in her body. David pointed his finger at the right time, and an immortal life force appeared. It turned into a rain of mist and scattered on the body of the knight of the Annabella Temple. The body that had been transformed by the power of the bloodline was quickly healed by this undying life force. Even the old injuries on Annabella's Temple Knight body that couldn't be healed by the elixirs of the War Temple were all healed by the undying life force. The knight of the Annabella Temple felt her body lighten. The immortal life force was a recovery agent, allowing her to face the next transformation in her best condition. When the bloodline power in the Annabella Temple Knight of the Annabella Temple reached a certain level, her body was strengthened to a certain level. She felt her body suddenly shake, and then her senses increased a lot. The whole great world of God was particularly clear in her perception. The Knight of the Annabella Temple could vaguely sense the difference in the world. She knew very well that it was a rule that a level 5 Knight of the Temple could not touch. In fact, the Knight of the Annabella Temple had an advantage over anyone in terms of the rules. This was because when a god descended, the experience of the gods manipulating the rules was all left in her memory. This was also why the Knight of the Annabella Temple could sense the rules as soon as she was promoted. The Knight of the Annabella Temple gently opened her eyes. She saw a clearer world, and the colors in her eyes were more vivid. "My lord, I've successfully promoted," the Knight of the Annabella Temple said to David in a deep voice. There was a strong emotion in this sentence. In order to become a legend, the Knight of the Annabella Temple had sacrificed too much. She thought that there was no hope in her life. Relying on Lord Arthur was just an adventure for the Knight of the Annabella Temple. There was no chance for her to become a legend. In the end, she would become a forgotten part of history. However, the Knight of the Annabella Temple did not expect that she would successfully promote to the legendary rank a few days after relying on Lord Arthur. Although it was partly because she had received many invasions, it was more because of the perfect knight training method and the corresponding experience provided by Lord Arthur. Coupled with a large amount of resources, she had achieved what she had today. Of course, from this moment on, Annabella could no longer be called a Knight of the Temple. She would be called Legend Annabella. Legend is just a starting point. You have to find your own rules, master them, and form your own domain. Good luck, David said with a smile. "My lord, I want to publicly announce my promotion. I wonder if you will allow it?" Legend Annabella asked with a firm gaze. Legend Annabella was still decisive. As soon as she reached the legendary rank, she wanted to show the world that she would be promoted to the legendary rank as soon as she left the Shrines of War. There were many speculations in the noble circle about the reason why the Knight of the Annabella Temple left the Shrines of War. Some of the top nobles knew that the Knight of the Annabella Temple's application to be promoted to the legendary rank was rejected. There was no hope for her at all. If the insectoids hadn't invaded, not many nobles would have known that there was a legendary rank above level 5. However, when the insectoids invaded, the appearance of the legendary insectoids made many nobles know about the legendary rank for the first time. If they didn't know that there was a legendary rank above level 5, it wouldn't have had much of an impact. However, as a level 5 Knight of the Temple, how could they not be moved after knowing that there was a higher realm? Without the corresponding cultivation method, the path of promotion for level 5 Knight of the Temple was almost cut off. This was also the reason why the Shrines of War had rejected the Knight of the Annabella Temple. Once a Knight of the Annabella Temple reached the legendary rank, it meant that the Shrines of War had the cultivation method to promote the Knight of the Temple to the legendary rank. Then, the other level 5 Knights of the Temple would know that the Shrines of the Knight of the Temple were suppressing their promotion. Legend Annabella proposed to publicly announce her promotion to the legendary rank because she wanted to make it a big deal and have a negative impact on the Shrines of War. Through this matter, she could attack the Shrines of War, and attacking the Shrines of War was helping Lord Arthur. "You've really decided?" David didn't expect Legend Annabella to make such a decision. "I've decided. In fact, whether I announce it or not, the Shrines of War won't let me go. On the contrary, if I announce my strength, the Shrines of War will have to consider the difficulty of dealing with me." Legend Annabella said with a chuckle. "Well, I'll hold a promotion party for you on Planet Gammy. It just so happens that the red wine I've brewed with the spirit grapes is about to be completed. We'll celebrate your promotion with the spirit grapes," David said with a nod. The spirit race had been working too hard in the divine artifact spatial cards cultivation space. There were too many fey fruits produced every day, especially the fey grapes. Under David's special request, the production was extremely high. A few days ago, David took out some of the spirit grapes to make red wine. Perhaps this was an extremely wasteful act in the eyes of others. Spirit grapes were extremely precious, and using them as raw materials to make red wine was an extreme luxury. Legend Annabella also felt sorry for David, so she quickly said, "The scale of the party can't be big. I don't have many friends, so I can only invite close friends." David didn't say much. In the end, Legend Annabella was the host of the party. "By the way, your castle is almost complete. Since you're free, you can use this to decide on the decorations," David said as he took out an identity bracelet from his dimensional pendant and gave it to Annabella. After teaching Legend Annabella how to use the identity bracelet, he went to make preparations. When it came to construction, the Interstellar Federation's construction speed and quality could definitely beat the great world of God. Under the control of the Cube's super AI system, the construction of a castle was an extremely simple project. If it wasn't for the need to mine the brilliant gold, or the speed would be even faster. David's own castle was built with brilliant gold, Oregon. The production of brilliant gold ore was extremely high, so building another castle wasn't a problem. Of course, David's vision was also a problem. Brilliant gold ore was no longer in his eyes. On the resource planet of the bug world, he was too lazy to mine many of the extremely valuable ores, so why would he care about brilliant gold ore? Legend Annabella, who had just been promoted, didn't have anything else to do. She began to fiddle with the identity bracelet with great interest. Through the identity bracelet, she discussed with the Cube's super AI system how to renovate the castle. Recently, Legend Annabella had been cultivating. She didn't even look at the castle that was going to belong to her. When Legend Annabella arrived in front of the newly built castle, she was shocked. She didn't think that Lord Arthur would use brilliant gold or to build a castle for her. However, Legend Annabella, who had received too many benefits from Lord Arthur, quickly recovered. She was already a knight of the Luce family. In the future, she would work hard for Lord Arthur and the Luce family to repay this kindness. After half a day, Legend Annabella settled the renovation problem. The Cube's super AI system commanded the robots to start the renovation. Legend Annabella took out the communication circle and contacted her good friends. The first one was naturally Chairman Gould. "Annabelle, Templar Knight, is something wrong?" After receiving Legend Annabella's contact request, the first thing that came to Gould's mind was that something had happened. "Chairman Gould, don't call me Annabella Temple Knight anymore. Call me Legend Annabella," Legend Annabella said with a proud smile. "You've been promoted to Legend?" Chairman Gould asked in disbelief. It had only been a few days, and Chairman Gould had been promoted to Legend. He had also reached the pinnacle of rank 5, but he still felt that there was a long way to go before he could be promoted. "I'm looking for you because I want to hold a promotion party on planet Gammy. I want to announce to all the nobles of the great world of God that I've become a legend." Legend Annabella replied with a smile. "I will attend, but you will not only offend the shrines of war, but also make the other 4 shrines unhappy with you." Chairman Gould did not persuade her. He only reminded her. Chairman Gould knew Legend Annabella very well. He knew that once Legend Annabella decided to do something, she would not back down. This could be seen from Legend Annabella's way of doing things. If it were anyone else, even if the shrines of war were wronged, they would still do their best to protect them. However, Legend Annabella refused to back down. It doesn't matter. After all, it was the legendary insectoids who first exposed the existence of the legendary rank. The 5 shrines can't block the news of the legendary rank. Although my promotion party will have an impact, it won't be as big as I thought. At most, it will have a serious impact on the shrines of war, Legend Annabella said indifferently. Chapter 1109. Although Legend Annabelle was a knight of the Luce family, David didn't interfere with her inviting guests. In David's opinion, when he and Legend Annabelle had such a hostile relationship with the shrines of war, there wouldn't be many people who would accept the invitation to attend the banquet. But it was clear that David was wrong about one thing. The current situation was a little strange. In the circle of nobles, as long as they didn't believe in the god of war, it would be politically correct to be hostile to the shrines of war. At this time, Legend Annabelle sent out more than 20 invitations. Even though the banquet was a little tight, it was only 2 days in advance, but it received a positive response. At the same time, the news of Legend Annabelle's promotion to legend spread throughout the nobles of the great world of God. For the first time, many nobles knew that there was a legend rank after the 5th level night. Not to mention the 20 or so guests who received the invitation. Even those who thought they were qualified took the initiative to send an invitation to Legend Annabelle to attend the banquet. On one hand, all the nobles were hostile to the shrines of war, so they didn't have to care about the attitude of the shrines of war. On the other hand, every knight wanted to witness the birth of a legend with their own eyes. Legend Annabelle was the first known legendary knight in 1,000 years, and the significance of this was extraordinary. Of course, there was another point that the nobles paid attention to, and that was that Legend Annabelle sent the invitation in the name of the Luce family. In other words, Legend Annabelle had joined the Luce family. Combined with the mission issued by the Shrines of War to capture Legend Annabelle, it could be understood that the reason Legend Annabelle left the Shrines of War was to seek refuge with Lord Arthur. 2 days later on planet Gammy, all the guests only applied for the teleportation at the appointed time. Due to the actions of the Shrines of War, the guests didn't want to cause any misunderstandings by arriving early. In just a few minutes, more than 20 invited guests and more than 10 guests that Legend Annabelle couldn't refuse were teleported through the planet-level teleportation gate. It was a robot that guided the guests, which made all the guests feel very novel. David didn't show up. This was Legend Annabelle's promotion banquet, and he was at most half the host. He couldn't steal the limelight from Legend Annabelle. He stood in the banquet hall, waiting for the guests to arrive. Legend Annabelle was wearing a dress with a shadow leopard emblem on it. This dress was the female inheritance of the Luce family. She stood in front of her castle, looking noble and elegant. That's Annabelle's legendary castle. Lord Arthur sure is generous. Lord Ludwig, who had been invited, exclaimed in surprise. The two castles were not far from each other. Everyone knew that Lord Arthur's castle was made of brilliant gold stone, but they didn't expect that the newly built castle was also made of brilliant gold stone. Seeing Legend Annabelle standing in front of the newly built castle, they naturally knew that this was Legend Annabelle's castle. The guests arrived almost at the same time. When they saw Legend Annabelle, their eyes all lit up. Some of the guests with good knowledge had already discovered the origin of Legend Annabelle's dress. The Luce family was a noble family with a long history. Although they weren't the top nobles, they were still very famous among the nobles. Some of the information about the Luce family was part of the nobles' knowledge. It was just that it wasn't part of the core nobles' knowledge, so not many people knew it. Welcome, friends. The promotion banquet was a bit rushed, but the food and drinks were provided by my lord. I can guarantee that everyone will be satisfied. Legend Annabelle smiled and welcomed them. Legend Annabelle, we're relieved to hear that. Chairman Gould took the lead and replied with a smile. His words made all the guests laugh. Other than the powerful Lord Arthur, Planet Jamie was also famous for heartwarming lotus seed soup, red wine, and delicious food. Just thinking about how they would soon be able to enjoy Lord Arthur's cooking made many of the guests feel that this trip was worth it. The guests also knew that Legend Annabelle had really joined the Luce family. From Legend Annabelle's Luce family inheritance dress and the way Legend Annabelle addressed Lord Arthur, it was certain that Legend Annabelle had become a knight of the Luce family. All right, everyone, please enter the hall. Legend Annabelle smiled and said with an inviting gesture. Since the guests were all friends of Legend Annabelle, the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. Originally, some of the guests thought that Legend Annabelle had become a legend and wondered if there would be any changes. Seeing that Legend Annabelle was still the same as before, their hearts relaxed. David stood in the hall. When he saw more than 30 guests, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't look at the guest list. Everything was left to Legend Annabelle to prepare. Among the 30 guests, in addition to more than half of the level 5 knight, there were also guests from the Shrines of Wealth, Justice, earth and knowledge shrines. It seemed that if Legend Annabelle didn't completely break with the war shrines, there might be people from the war shrines here. In fact, most of the guests of the 4 shrines were people that Legend Annabelle didn't invite, but took the initiative to apply. Legend Annabelle had betrayed the war shrines, so she deliberately avoided the shrine's old friends when she invited them. She just didn't expect these old friends of the shrines to apply without any hesitation. The 30 guests present could be said to be from all the major forces of the great world of God, and this was the result of Legend Annabelle reducing the number of guests by half. From this, it could be seen that Legend Annabelle had a lot of friends. Even if something happened, there were still so many friends who were willing to support her. Lord Arthur. When the guests saw David, they respectfully saluted and greeted him, even the guests of the shrines. Lord Arthur had a very high reputation among the nobles of the great world of God. The title of Invincible Knight and countless dazzling achievements made him an idol in the hearts of the knights, whether they liked it or not. David smiled and didn't say anything. The guests also knew that this was the banquet for Legend Annabelle's promotion. They first waited for Legend Annabelle, the host, to finish speaking, then they would have time to talk to Lord Arthur later. Legend Annabelle said loudly, "Thank you all for coming to my legendary promotion banquet. My dream has come true. The dream of all knights for countless years has come true." The guests applauded one after another. Most of them were extremely excited. Among Legend Annabelle's friends, most of them were 5th level knights. Of course, it wasn't strange that the knights who could make friends with her couldn't have the strength of a 5th level knight. Moreover, those who were qualified to become friends with Legend Annabelle were extremely strong among 5th level knights. These 5th level knights understood Legend Annabelle's feelings very well. Just like Speaker Gould in the past, in order to become a legend, he took the risk of killing a god. Legend Annabelle resonated with these 5th level knights. In order to become a 5th level knight, many 5th level knights paid the price with their lives. Legend Annabelle had taken the lead. She had taken an important step that the knights had not been able to take for many years. Legend Annabelle, can you let us feel the aura of the legendary rank? Lord Ludwig asked. Lord Ludwig's proposal was immediately supported by all the guests. They were very curious about the legendary rank and wanted to know what it felt like to be in the legendary rank. Legend Annabelle and Speaker Gould both glanced at Lord Arthur. They knew that Lord Arthur was the first knight to become a legend. I just became a legend. Since you all want to feel it, I'll give it a try. Legend Annabelle said as she released her aura. A faint pressure spread out, making all the guests feel a chill down their spines. This was because they sensed the arrival of danger. Legend Annabelle immediately restrained her aura. She hadn't fully grasped the legendary realm, and not everyone here was a 5th level knight. If she accidentally hurt the guests, it would be a joke. What a powerful aura! Lord Ludwig's eyes flashed with envy. This pressure didn't have much of an effect on a temple knight of the 5th rank, but this was just pressure. Through this pressure, one could imagine how powerful Annabella's attack would be. The legendary rank's strongest point is the application of loss. I haven't started on this yet. Legend Annabelle said modestly. The guests carefully memorized Legend Annabelle's words. This was a precious experience from a legendary. One had to know that many of the knights present only knew the name of the legendary rank. Following that, the guests asked Legend Annabelle many questions. She answered with all her heart, and if she couldn't answer, she directly explained. These guests naturally didn't ask too many questions, such as where Legend Annabelle obtained the legendary knight's training method, or the detailed process of her promotion. Tasting the wine and eating the delicious food, the atmosphere in the hall became more harmonious as they listened to Legend Annabelle's narration. Legend Annabelle saw a robot carrying a small wooden barrel over and said with a smile, "Everyone, let's put the questions aside for now. Next up is the highlight of the banquet, the red wine brewed by Lord Arthur himself." "Thank you, Lord Arthur." Red wine? The people here were all people of high status, but they had never heard of the spirit red wine. They all knew that red wine and spirit items were separated, but they had never heard of red wine and spirit items being combined. Could it be that the brewing process could turn red wine into a spirit item? Just as they were wondering, the small wooden barrel was opened. A wine fragrance accompanied by a trace of strange energy cleared the souls of the guests. They even felt that their souls had been strengthened a little. Just by smelling it, there were already such benefits. What would the effects of drinking this red wine be? Lord Arthur, how come I didn't know about this? Chairman Gould came to David's side and complained. Naturally, he was only half joking. David spread his hands and replied, "It was just brewed." Annabelle was lucky to be in time. "Aren't you also one of the first people to drink red wine?" Chairman Gould didn't have time to say more. The robot brought a glass of red wine to him, and he carefully reached out to take it. The other guests were also very careful. Everyone knew that it would be difficult to drink red wine of this grade in the future if they missed this chance. Lord Ludwig sniffed the red wine in his hand. Before drinking it, he felt the bloodline power in his body become restless, as if it was affected by the red wine. He couldn't wait to drink the red wine in one gulp. His bloodline power instinctively circulated the knight's training method. In just a short while, Lord Ludwig, who had reached the peak of the legendary stage, drank the red wine. His bloodline power condensed a little in a short time, comparable to the results of half a year's hard work. Lord Ludwig looked at the empty wine glass in disbelief. The effects of such a glass of red wine were beyond his imagination. Most importantly, this red wine was too easy to absorb. Not only did it not have any side effects, but it was also actively absorbed by the body. Apart from David, no one else was paying attention to Lord Ludwig's situation because they were also rapidly increasing their strength. As Lord Ludwig was the first to drink the red wine, David sensed the bloodline power in his body. After David discovered the effects of the red wine, he was extremely shocked. David had tasted the red wine before, but the effects of the red wine were not strong for him, who was at the peak of the legendary stage. The black dragon power in his body had already reached the peak, and the only thing he needed to improve was his basic law comprehension. This little bit of red wine had no effect at all. Therefore, David had previously thought that the red wine's effects were only a little stronger than the fruits, but there was a limit to it. Obviously, there was a deviation in his understanding, and the red wine's effect had exceeded his expectations. While David was thinking, he suddenly looked at Chairman Gould. Chairman Gould's body was undergoing intense changes. "Annabella, I'll take Chairman Gould away for a while. I'm afraid he's about to advance," David explained to Annabella. With a wave of his hand, he used his mind to lift Chairman Gould's body and flew out. Some of the guests who were still conscious widened their eyes in disbelief after hearing Lord Arthur's words. What did they hear? Chairman Gould was about to advance? Chairman Gould was at the peak of the 5th ranked Temple Knight. Wouldn't he advance to the legendary stage? Since when was it so easy to advance to the legendary stage? No knight had advanced to the legendary stage in 1,000 years. This time, apart from Annabella, Chairman Gould was also about to advance. Chapter 11:10. Speaker Gould did not expect that just a glass of red wine would allow him to reach the legendary stage. The bloodline power in his body began to condense and solidify. He did not want to advance to the legendary stage at this time. In order to do so, he had made a lot of preparations on Planet Main. This was not Planet Main. Without any preparation, advancing to the legendary stage was extremely risky. However, none of this could be changed by Speaker Gould's will. The effect of the red wine was so good that he was caught off guard and was directly brought into the advancement state by the red wine's energy. Just as Speaker Gould was worried, Lord Arthur took him away, which calmed him down. Chairman Gould trusted Arthur the most. Furthermore, he knew that Arthur was a legendary level being, and that he had helped Annabella successfully advance to the legendary level. He had a lot of experience in advancing to the legendary level. David took Speaker Gould to the center of the super-large spirit gathering array. In fact, he could enjoy the effect of the super-large spirit gathering array in Legend Gould's castle. But there were too many people there, which was not conducive to Speaker Gould's advancement. David said in a deep voice, "Don't be distracted. I'm here." When Speaker Gould heard this, he couldn't help but smile in relief. David waved his hand, and 10 perfect-grade kryptonite scattered around Speaker Gould. At the same time, the super-large spirit gathering array began to operate. David did not want Speaker Gould to fail because of the lack of resources, even if he had to waste some resources to advance to the legendary stage. The advancement process was very smooth. With David's care, the red wine, and huge amount of resources, Speaker Gould finally advanced to the legendary stage after more than an hour. During this more than an hour, the guests at the banquet were all restless. Their attention was not on the banquet, but outside the castle. They could sense the aura outside the castle that was constantly strengthening. However, without the permission of Lord Arthur and Legend Annabella, none of the guests present went to watch Speaker Gould's promotion process, although they really wanted to see it with their own eyes. Legend Annabelle was also very helpless. This banquet was ruined by Chairman Gould, but she didn't blame him. Instead, she sincerely wished him well. As an old friend of many years, how could Legend Annabelle not know of Chairman Gould's desire to reach the legendary rank? Legend Annabelle might have been worried if Speaker Gould had been the only one making the breakthrough. But with Lord Arthur watching over him, Legend Annabelle was relieved. It's a success. Annabella sensed an aura unique to the legendary rank rising, and she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Even without Legend Annabella's reminder, all the guests could sense the legend rank aura. What was the reason for Chairman Gould's advancement to the legendary stage? After thinking about this, some guests already looked at the wooden wine barrel. A glass of red wine had allowed Chairman Gould to advance to the legendary rank. They also drank it. Although the effect wasn't as amazing as Chairman Gould's, it was still comparable to the effect of at least half a year of hard work. How high was the value of this red wine? Needless to say, just the fact that the red wine could help one advance to the legendary rank made the value of the red wine immeasurable. Because Chairman Gould had seen it with his own eyes, the guests believed in the value of the red wine. Some guests even believed that the reason Legend Annabelle was able to advance to the legendary rank was the effect of this red wine. Unfortunately, after the robot poured wine for each guest, there wasn't much left in the wooden wine barrel. The robot had been holding the wooden wine barrel, so as guests, they couldn't openly snatch it. Lord Ludwig suddenly said to the robot, "Give me another glass of red wine." The robot didn't hesitate and went forward to pour another glass of red wine for Lord Ludwig. At this time, the other guests also came to a realization and quickly asked for a refill. However, the red wine in the wooden wine barrel was only filled half a glass. Lord Ludwig saw everyone looking at him like they wanted to eat him. He quickly scanned with his mind and stored the red wine along with a wine glass into his spatial ring. "Legend Annabelle, I'll borrow this wine glass. I'll give you a brand new set later." Lord Ludwig also knew that this was rude, but he still said to Legend Annabelle. Lord Ludwig didn't want to drink a second glass of red wine at this time, since the red wine had the effect of helping him advance to the legendary rank. The next thing he needed to do was to find the legendary night cultivation method. Only after obtaining the legendary night cultivation method and preparing the resources to advance to the legendary rank would he use a second glass of red wine. Seeing that Overlord Ludwig had put away the red wine, the rest of the guests looked at another Templar Knight who had gotten half a cup of red wine. That Templar Knight learned from Overlord Ludwig and explained to Legend Annabella before putting away the half cup of red wine in his spatial item. At this time, Lord Arthur and Speaker Gould walked in together. Speaker Gould was in high spirits. His long-cherished wish had been fulfilled, and he was in an extremely good mood. He didn't say any words of thanks to Lord Arthur for everything he had done for him. He would remember this huge favor in his heart: the red wine, the perfect Krypton crystal, the super-large spirit gathering array, and the indestructible life force. These resources had all been used by Lord Arthur for Speaker Gould's advancement. The indestructible life force was the most valuable. The guest stepped forward and bowed. Congratulations to Speaker Gould for advancing to the legendary rank. I was just lucky. Speaker Gould smiled and returned the bow. To be honest, Speaker Gould's unexpected advancement to the legendary rank had raised the hopes of all the guests present. If Legend Annabelle was the only one who had successfully advanced to the legendary rank, it might have been a coincidence, but Speaker Gould had also succeeded, which was no longer a coincidence. Perhaps the Knight's spring was coming, and the bottleneck of the Knight rank would no longer be a 5th-tier Knight. Thank you for coming, everyone. Today's banquet will end here. Speaker Gould still needs to rest. Legend Annabelle sensed that Speaker Gould's aura was unstable. He had just advanced and hadn't stabilized his realm. She clapped her hands lightly to gather the guests' attention before announcing loudly. The banquet was over, but the influence was not over. Instead, it was getting bigger and bigger. Speaker Gould's advancement to the legendary rank was even more sensational than Annabelle's. Who was Legend Annabelle? She was the oracle of the god of war. Regardless of whether Legend Annabelle had betrayed the shrines of war or not, Legend Annabelle had obtained the opportunity to comprehend power beyond her own realm. Although Annabella's advancement to the legendary realm had a great impact to many knights, her advancement was due to a special opportunity and could not be regarded as an ordinary paladin who had advanced to the legendary realm independently. But Speaker Gould was different. His identity was very clear. The main family had never produced a legendary for many generations. This time, his advancement to the legendary rank showed that he had succeeded by himself. After Speaker Gould stabilized his realm on planet Gammy, he returned to planet Main. He did not go to the shining planet of the Supreme Council. With the situation unknown, planet Main was much safer than the shining planet that could be entered and exited at will. At least Speaker Gould had to get the attitude of the 5 shrines towards the legendary rank before he would appear in public. This was also a happy worry, but if you let Speaker Gould choose, he would still choose to become a legendary. It was worth taking some risks. Master, Lord Ludwig requests to see you. Steward Hayes reported excitedly. Due to Speaker Gould's advancement to the legendary rank, the entire Main family was extremely excited. Few of these people knew about the shrine's blockade of the legendary rank. Lord Ludwig had been very close to Speaker Gould recently. If he wanted to come to planet Main, the people who managed the planet-level portal would not refuse his application. We just met. Why are you in such a hurry to meet again? Speaker Gould said to himself strangely. Master, Lord Ludwig brought a lot of gifts, saying that he congratulated you on your advancement to the legendary rank. Steward Hayes continued. Please invite Lord Ludwig to the guest room. Speaker Gould heard this reason and did not believe it in his heart. This was obviously an excuse. He waved his hand and said, according to convention, the promotion gifts should only be given when Speaker Gould announced the promotion to the public. Before that, the person who was promoted would likely need a long time to recuperate. Although promotion was an increase in realm and strength, it would also cause great damage to the body. For example, if Legend Annabelle and Speaker Gould did not have David's undying life force to heal them, the damage during the promotion process would not be able to be recovered without a long period of recuperation. Lord Ludwig's visit was obviously inappropriate. It could be seen how anxious he was to see Speaker Gould. Speaker Gould, congratulations on your advancement to the legendary rank. Lord Ludwig entered the reception room and bowed to congratulate Speaker Gould. Lord Ludwig, there are no outsiders here. If you have something to say, please sit down. Speaker Gould smiled and pointed to a chair beside him. Lord Ludwig did not stand on ceremony and said after sitting down, I have indeed taken the liberty to come here today for an important matter. Speaker Gould did not reply. He looked at Lord Ludwig and waited for him to continue. Lord Ludwig considered his words and said, the red wine played a great role in your advancement to the legendary rank. However, without the legendary knight's training method, you would at most be like me, with the power of the bloodline in your body more condensed. There would not be any qualitative changes. What do you mean? Speaker Gould was slightly surprised, but his expression did not change. It was normal for the other party to guess this. There were even a few top nobles who would guess this. This was because in the inheritance of the top noble families, there were a few descriptions of the legendary rank. Advancing to the legendary rank required the corresponding legendary knight's training method, but the legendary knight's training method had been lost thousands of years ago. Even if the legendary knight's training method had not been lost, it would only be passed down within the shrines and would not be spread out. Lord Ludwig gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "I would like to ask you for the legendary knight's training method. You can name the price. As long as it is within my means, I will agree." Lord Ludwig's purpose in coming here was very clear. His situation was very similar to Speaker Gould's. They were both bitterly seeking to break through to the 5th rank of Holy Knight. He was willing to pay any price to achieve this goal. Lord Ludwig's strength was stuck at the pinnacle of the 5th rank. This time, after drinking the red wine, although he had taken a step forward, it also made him realize one thing. If he did not have the legendary knight's training method, no matter how hard he worked, the result would be the same. Perhaps one day, he would be like his predecessors and lose his self-awareness at the 5th rank of Holy Knight, becoming a disposable fighting machine for the family. If there was no possibility, Lord Ludwig would just accept it. However, Annabella's promotion to the legendary rank and Speaker Gould's promotion on the spot showed that the 5th rank of Holy Knight was not the end of the knight's path. In particular, Lord Ludwig had disregarded his reputation during the banquet and snatched a glass of red wine, which he kept in his spatial ring. This allowed him to meet the same conditions as Speaker Gould. Now, he only lacked Speaker Gould's legendary knight's training method. As long as he had the legendary knight's training method, he would definitely be able to successfully advance to the legendary rank. The foundation of the top nobles was very strong. As early as God knows how many generations ago, the Hopkinson family with the Golden Dragon bloodline had begun to prepare the resources to advance to the legendary rank. Now, the resources stored in the Hopkinson family were enough for Lord Ludwig to attempt to advance to the legendary rank. Lord Ludwig, to tell you the truth, I promised others that the legendary knight's training method can only be passed down to my direct descendants. At this point, Lord Ludwig anxiously wanted to speak, but was stopped by Gould with a wave of his hand. I understand how you feel. Haven't I sacrificed a lot to advance to the legendary rank? Back then, Lord Ferdinand, Lord Merlin, Lord Emir, and Lord Luca entered the small world of the god of plague Gladstone for a glimmer of hope and prepared to slay the god. In that battle, all 4 of my best friends died. If it weren't for them risking their lives to send me out, I would have died there too. Since then, I have a stronger obsession to advance to the legendary rank. Advancing to the legendary rank is not my hope alone. I bear the hopes of the fallen lords Ferdinand, Merlin, Emir, and Luca. Now, I can finally comfort them. Speaker Gould said in a deep voice. Chapter 11:11. When Lord Ludwig heard Speaker Gould's words, he was extremely shocked. The fall of the 4 lords could be said to have caused a great sensation at that time, but the cause of their deaths was different. There was no unified explanation. Lord Ludwig only knew the secret of that day when he heard it from the people involved today. Speaker Gould, I didn't expect that you actually went to kill the gods. I also hope that one day, I won't die in bed and not become a mindless monster, but die in the hands of the gods in a battle. I'm not as good as you. Lord Ludwig said with a sigh. Lord Ludwig now looked at Speaker Gould with a different gaze. He admired Speaker Gould, who dared to kill the gods. Back then, there was no way out. Now that there was a chance, I didn't want to let go. Even if I died, I wanted to die in the pursuit of strength. Speaker Gould recalled the past and said in a deep voice, "You succeeded. I hope you can guide me. In order to become a legendary, I'm willing to give up everything." Lord Ludwig sensed the aura on Speaker Gould's body and bowed enviously. I can't tell you who the person who sent you the legendary knight training method is, but I can discuss it with him. As for whether it's successful or not, it's not up to me to decide." Speaker Gould said after thinking for a while. "Thank you for your help. In the future, the Hopkinson family will follow your lead." Although Lord Ludwig didn't get a clear answer, he was still overjoyed at the prospect of having hope. He promised. Lord Ludwig knew very well that his request this time was very abrupt. The legendary knight training method was very precious. It could be said that no amount of wealth could exchange for it. Speaker Gould already gave Lord Ludwig a lot of face by not rejecting him immediately. He even agreed to help Lord Ludwig negotiate. He had done the best he could. Lord Ludwig couldn't ask for more. He only hoped that Speaker Gould's negotiation would be successful. "Wait for my news." Chairman Gould waved his hand and said. When Lord Ludwig left, he had a rough idea of who Speaker Gould was talking about. He was the strongest knight in the great world of God, known as the Invincible Knight, Lord Arthur. Apart from the Invincible Knight, Lord Arthur, Lord Ludwig couldn't believe that there was anyone else who could train in the legendary knight rank. In addition, everyone knew that Lord Arthur and Chairman Gould were very close. Of course, another piece of evidence was Legend Annabelle. Legend Annabelle betrayed the Shrines of War and sided with Lord Arthur. Not long after, she was promoted to Legend. If Legend Annabelle didn't get the legendary knight rank training method from the Shrines of War, then there was only one possibility. It was Lord Arthur who provided her with a legendary knight rank training method. And if the Shrines of War really did give Legend Annabelle the legendary Shrines of War, she wouldn't betray the Shrines of War. All signs pointed to Lord Arthur being the source of the legendary knight rank training method. However, Lord Ludwig didn't want to ask Lord Arthur himself. He wasn't that close to Lord Arthur, and it would be difficult for Lord Arthur to agree to such a request. Moreover, Lord Ludwig directly asked Lord Arthur. That was the last step. If it failed, there would be no other way. On the other hand, Chairman Gould went to negotiate. If it failed, Lord Ludwig would take the initiative to ask for help. Chairman Gould stood in the reception room and thought for a while. His figure flashed and flew out of the reception room, quickly flying towards the planetary teleportation gate. After the banquet, Planet Gamma returned to its peaceful state. In the insectoid world, the first batch of space stones had been mined and were being sent to the insectoid world safe zone. The first to complete the mission was the Half Spider King clone. This naturally had to do with the fact that the Half Spider King clone was the closest to the space stone mine. The demigod Golden Winged Beetle King clone was the furthest away, but it would arrive soon. As for the Legend Blade Mantis King clone, it was still mining space stones. David's plan was carried out very smoothly. The god-level insectoid probably didn't expect him to be able to control an insectoid clone, let alone a legend and demigod clone. Although there were many Zerg powerhouses, it was impossible for those Zerg powerhouses to protect resource planets. Not to mention the demigod Golden Winged Beetle King's clone. Even the two legendary Zerg clones could easily clean up any resource planet. "My lord, Chairman Gould wants to see you." Legend Annabella came to David's castle and reported to him. With Legend Annabella's help, David had already handed over the planetary teleportation gate to her. In the future, if anyone had any problems, she could handle it. If she couldn't handle it, she would need David's help. "Chairman Gould is here again," David said in surprise. He couldn't help but be surprised. In a short period of time, Chairman Gould had come to Planet Gamma for the third time. Chairman Gould was not an idle person. He was in charge of the Supreme Council and was truly a powerful person. In the hall, David met Chairman Gould, accompanied by Legend Annabella. "Lord Arthur, I have something to discuss with you. It's related to the relationship between you, Annabella, and shrines," Chairman Gould said immediately after sitting down. David looked at Legend Annabella with some confusion, and then looked at Chairman Gould, indicating for him to continue. "Now that Annabella and I have both reached the legendary rank, few people know that you have also reached the legendary rank. However, this can't be hidden forever. With the Shrine's control over the legendary rank, we may all become the targets of the Shrine's control. I thought of a way, and that is to let more Knight Templars advance to the legendary rank, so that the shrines have no choice but to accept the legendary rank. Of course, this requires your consent. The Black Dragon breathing technique can only be leaked with your consent. Chairman Gould revealed his purpose in a deep voice. That was the reason why Chairman Gould agreed to help Lord Ludwig negotiate with him. In order to break the shrine's control over the legendary rank, they would have to gather the power of more top nobles. 1 or 2 legendary knights could be suppressed or even killed by the shrines. But if more legendary knights appeared, the shrines would have to consider the consequences. Chairman Gould, what are your plans? David didn't care if more legendary knights appeared, but he wanted to know what Chairman Gould's plan was. I want to choose a peak level 5 Knight Templars that are related to our interests and have conditions. On the premise of forming a closer alliance, I will provide them with the legendary Knight training technique. Chairman Gould revealed the plan he had long thought of. The Black Dragon breathing technique can only be practiced by knights with dragon bloodline. Dragon bloodline knights are not easy to control. David shook his head. Indeed, there were only a few dragon bloodline families in the shrines, and they were all the top nobles with the strongest foundations. Lord Ludwig has already come to me. He has agreed to give up all conditions in order to advance to the legendary rank. In addition, I believe that you should have other legendary knights training techniques that are suitable for other Knight Templars. Otherwise, how could Annabella have advanced? Chairman Gould said without the slightest scruple. This was the benefit of having an extremely close relationship. Without an extremely close relationship, such words could turn a friend into an enemy. Chairman Gould knew that Annabella's bloodline was the Rainbow Phoenix bloodline, not the Dragon bloodline. It was impossible for her to practice the Black Dragon breathing technique. Gould, I'm practicing the Knight training technique of the Luce family. Annabella said in a bad mood. Annabella knew very well what kind of Knight training technique she was learning. This kind of Knight training technique couldn't be passed to outsiders because it involved the 5 shrines. On the surface, the perfect Knight training technique was lost among the 5 shrines, but in reality, no one knew for sure. It was very likely that the 5 shrines did it on purpose. Once the perfect Knight training technique was passed to the outside world, and the 5 shrines found out, Chairman Gould's plan wouldn't be able to stop the 5 shrines from taking back the perfect Knight training technique. After all, this was a technique that could allow one to become a Divine Knight training technique. It would have a huge impact on the 5 shrines rule. Chairman Gould, I'll be honest with you. Annabella is practicing the Knight training technique that I seized from the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. David believed in Chairman Gould. He was now strong enough to protect himself, so he told him the truth. Chairman Gould was slightly stunned. If the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit was practicing the Knight training technique, then how high would its level be? He thought of the family records about this and understood Lord Arthur's worries. Chairman Gould shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "It's a pity. Although I've united a group of top nobles around me, it's unlikely that they'll be willing to go against the shrines. If there's a common interest, then we'll have the capital to go against the shrines." In Chairman Gould's imagination, relying on a miraculous resource like the red wine and the Knight training technique, he could attract a group of top nobles to form a close alliance with the legend rank as the core. In order to let the shrines accept the legend rank, this close alliance would do their best for their own interests. Although it seemed that the entire circle of nobles was fighting for the shrines, in fact, it was only because the shrines of war did not have the support of the other 4 shrines and did not form a unified opinion. If the 5 shrines spoke out at the same time, there would be very few nobles who would really dare to go against them. At most, these nobles would express their dissatisfaction in private. However, if there was a common interest, that is, to protect the legend rank of knight from being suppressed by the shrines, the close alliance and the influence of each member would form an extremely terrifying force in the circle of nobles. Chairman Gould, wait a minute. David waved and said, "Alexis, is there a way to come up with a knight training technique that can let an ordinary knight practice to the legend rank? It doesn't need to be very powerful. he said to the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder. With the strength of the black dragon Alexis, coupled with its knowledge, and a large number of night training techniques David had provided before, including the perfect version of the night training technique, David believed that the black dragon Alexis had the ability to come up with a night training technique that he wanted. Yes, that's very simple. The black dragon Alexis's answer satisfied David as expected. Long before obtaining the perfect version of the night training technique, the black dragon Alexis had derived the black dragon breathing technique from a combination of various night training techniques. The black dragon breathing technique derived from the black dragon breathing technique could support a knight's practice to at least the legend rank. Now that there was the perfect version of the night training technique, which was completely tailored for the knight profession, the black dragon Alexis's understanding of the knight profession had deepened a lot. After only a few minutes, the black dragon Alexis passed a memory to David. This was a set of night training techniques that could only be practiced up to the legend rank, and only the power of blood was required to practice it. David condensed the memory into a spiritual ball of knowledge and held it in his hand to President Gould. Feel it with your mind. This is the legendary night training technique that you wanted. Any bloodline can practice it. David said. President Gould was as curious as Legend Annabelle when he first saw the spiritual ball of knowledge. He also trusted David as much as Legend Annabelle. He touched the spiritual ball of knowledge with his mind, and a set of night training techniques was transmitted into his mind. President Gould had no time to be amazed by this magical memory transmission method. His mind was completely attracted by this legendary night training technique. After practicing the night training technique for nearly 100 years, he had seen many night training techniques. He had his own judgment of the pros and cons of the night training techniques. The legendary night training technique in his hand was obviously not as good as the black dragon breathing technique, but it was more profound than any other night training technique. This was normal. The dragon bloodline was originally an anomaly among the night of the great world of God. The dragon bloodline that they cultivated had more destructive power than ordinary bloodline power, and the effect of cultivation was also better. In order to make the night training technique suitable for all knights, this training technique naturally had to be given up in order to pursue this balance. What's the name of this legendary night training technique? President Gould let out a long sigh of relief and asked aloud. This legendary night training technique completely met his needs. It would not make him lose the advantage of strength because it was too powerful, and it could also allow all knights of the bloodline to cultivate to the legendary level. There's no name. Just give a name, David said indifferently as he waved his hand. President Gould could not help but be stunned. Could this legendary night training technique be something that Lord Arthur came up with on the spur of the moment? However, he soon threw this idea to the back of his mind. He would rather believe that this was a night training technique that Lord Arthur came across by accident than believe that Lord Arthur could come up with such a legendary night training technique in such a short time. Let's call it the dawn training technique. This is the dawn of night, President Gould said after thinking for a while. Chapter 11:12. Legend Annabelle received an invitation. It was an auction invitation personally sent by Lord Fred. If it was an ordinary invitation, Legend Annabelle wouldn't have bothered with it. However, along with the auction invitation was an auction album. Within it was a female knight's robe. It was an antique with 3,000 years of history. It was quite famous in history. Legend Annabelle didn't have many hobbies. Collecting female knights' robes was definitely one of her most important hobbies. Although the relationship between Lord Fred and Legend Annabelle wasn't that close, at the very least, Legend Annabelle hadn't invited Lord Fred to her promotion banquet. Even so, Lord Fred's invitation still moved Legend Annabelle's heart. Legend Annabelle didn't think that Lord Fred wanted to harm her. The relationship between nobles and war shrines was extremely bad. Lord Fred had no reason to harm her. Of course, the most important point was that the female knight's robe moved Legend Annabelle. The auction was held on Bama Star. This was a commercial star. Many nobles gathered here. It was also extremely safe. Legend Annabelle left a message for David. The reason why she left a message was because she couldn't contact David. David was no longer in the great world of God. Instead, he had gone to the bug world's safe spot to receive the first batch of spatial stones. It was also because of this coincidence that David didn't receive Legend Annabelle's message right away. Legend Annabelle used Bama Star's planet-level teleportation gate and stepped in. With a flash of white light, her figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in Bama Star. As soon as she appeared in Bama Star, Legend Annabelle felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. As the main city of a commercial star, Bama Star should be extremely lively. However, there wasn't a single person in Bama Star today. The air was filled with a strange energy. This is a trap. Legend Annabelle was startled. She was currently in a 2-second spatial protection. She immediately wanted to use Bama Star's planet-level teleportation gate to return to Bama Star. However, Legend Annabelle discovered that the planet-level teleportation gate had already been closed. She had no way out. Since there was no way out, Annabelle's expression was calm. With a thought, she put on a level 5 knight's armor and a level 5 light longsword in her hand. Although Annabella had just advanced to the legendary rank, her current combat power had already surpassed that of any level 5 temple knight. Come out. Since when did the shrines of war become so insidious? Legend Annabella said in a deep voice. The reason why she was so sure that it was a trap set up by the shrines of war was because the strange energy she sensed was the aura of the War Space Array. The Space War Array allowed any knight wearing special knight armor to have unlimited teleportation ability. They could teleport to any location within the Space War Array at will, and the Space War Array also had a strong suppressive effect on enemy targets. Legend Annabelle didn't think that the Shrines of War would use the Space War Array to deal with her. The Space War Array consumed divine power. Even if it only covered Bama Star, the consumption of such a Space War Array was extremely shocking. Annabelle, you betrayed the Shrines of War. You should have expected this day to come. Surrender. 6 knights appeared, and one of the knights said. The 6 knights were all knights of the Shrines of War. They were all wearing level 5 knight armor. Looking at the familiar holy knights, these former comrades, who had become enemies at this time, Legend Annabelle sighed helplessly. She sensed the bloodline power in her body. Due to the suppression of the Space War Array, she could only use 80% of her strength at most. However, this didn't surprise Legend Annabelle. She was very clear about the power of the Space War Array. Betrayed the Shrines of War. How much did I contribute to the Shrines of War? How did the Shrines of War treat me? Legend Annabelle said coldly. My lord gave you a test, whether good or bad. You can't even withstand this little test. You betray my lord, and you still want to quibble. The knight said in a deep voice. You can't stop me. Legend Annabelle said as she glanced at the 6 knights of war. If there wasn't the Space War Array, the strength of the 6 knights of war would be very different from her. The 6 knights of war together might be able to deal with her before she was promoted. But now, even with the Space War Array, Legend Annabelle was confident that she could protect herself. Set up the Knights Battle Array. The Knight of War shouted, and the 6 Knights of War disappeared. Legend Annabelle's face was full of sarcasm. She stepped out and changed her position. At this time, the figures of the 6 Knights of War appeared. However, because the space was occupied, one of the Knights of War didn't teleport to the designated location. Instead, there was a deviation. When teleporting inside the Space War Array, if there was an object in the target's coordinates, the teleportation target would randomly appear near the target's coordinates. However, this step of Legend Annabelle's had broken the Knights Battle Array that the 6 Knights of War had prepared. Legend Annabelle was very familiar with the various fighting methods of the Shrines of War. She was also very familiar with the Space War Array, which was why she was confident in fighting against the 6 Knights of War. The level 5 light, long sword in her hand, slashed at the level 5 Knight of War who had been teleported away. The terrifying power acted on the level 5 Knight's armor. Even if the power was weakened by the Space War Array, the Knight of War was still injured. The Knight of War spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He knew that Legend Annabelle was being merciful and didn't attack his vital points. Otherwise, this blow would have been fatal. The Knight of War couldn't be blamed. The deviation of the teleportation position was something that the 6 Knights of War didn't expect. The original Knights battle array wasn't set up, so the 6 Knights of War weren't prepared and had to fight alone. Without the protection of the Knights battle array, the Temple Knight of War naturally suffered a great loss. "You're no match for me. Farewell," Legend Annabelle said in a deep voice. She was preparing to leave Bama City and leave the Space War array. However, the 6 Knight of War weren't willing to let her leave. Capturing Legend Annabelle was very important and was part of the entire plan. The trap they had set up this time was Lord Fred's plan. Lord Fred had thought for a long time, but couldn't find a way to lure out Lord Arthur. Instead, he wanted to use the people close to Lord Arthur. However, the people close to Lord Arthur were all very powerful. Even if he lured them out, he couldn't do anything. However, when Lord Fred learned that Legend Annabelle had sided with Lord Arthur, he came up with a plan. He wanted to use Legend Annabelle to lure out Lord Arthur. He believed that the Shrines of War would be very willing to deal with Legend Annabelle. Lord Fred could also contribute to the Shrines of War. Luring Legend Annabelle out wasn't difficult. After the Shrines of War grasped Legend Annabelle's preferences, Lord Fred only needed to use an invitation letter to trick Legend Annabelle. "Don't even think about leaving." The 6 Knight of War were very careful this time. They teleported to a location slightly further away from Legend Annabelle. They first formed a Knights battle array before surrounding Legend Annabelle. Legend Annabelle and the 6 Knight of War clashed. The Knight of War seemed to only want to trap her, using guerrilla tactics. Legend Annabelle couldn't end the battle quickly. Within the Space War array, the 6 Knight of War might not be able to defeat Legend Annabelle in a short period of time, but guerrilla tactics were very easy. After fighting for half an hour, Legend Annabelle discovered that something was wrong. With the Shrines of War's understanding of her, there was no way they would only send out 6 Knight of War. Legend Annabelle had already reached the legendary rank. It was impossible for the 6 Knight of War to suppress her. Even with the help of the Space War array, she was also very familiar with it. This greatly reduced the advantage of the 6 Knight of War. Legend Annabelle understood the Shrines of War. And how could the Shrines of War not understand Legend Annabelle? They had spent so much effort to set up this trap, so how could they make such a mistake? Legend Annabelle's mind raced as she thought of many things. She swept her gaze around, trying to find other ambushes. They had lured her here, but instead of immediately ending the battle, they were slowly stalling for time. What was their goal? As long as she thought about it, the result was very obvious. Their goal is Lord Arthur. Legend Annabelle thought of the biggest possibility, which was also the only possibility. Lord Arthur was the person the god of war wanted to capture alive. In a sense, Legend Annabelle's value as a traitor was incomparable to Lord Arthur's. Legend Annabelle bit her lip. She somewhat regretted her arrogance, thinking that she could deal with all problems as long as she reached the legendary rank. In fact, after receiving Lord Fred's invitation, she had considered the possibility of a trap. However, as a legendary, she had sensed her own strength, so she was not as vigilant as before. Legend Annabelle made a decision. Even if she died on the spot, she would not use the Space War array to contact Lord Arthur. At this time, she regretted that she had held back just now. Because she was acquainted with the Knight of War, a knight of the same rank as the Shrines of War, she had been merciful in her attack just now. If she had killed the Temple Knight in one blow, it would have been easier for Legend Annabelle to leave without the support of the Knight's battle formation. After understanding the intentions of the Shrines of War, Legend Annabelle's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. To be able to achieve so much in the Shrines of War, she also had her own ruthlessness. After making a decision in her heart, she did not hesitate in the slightest. Annabella had experienced many gods' descents in the Legend Annabella. During these gods' descents, The god of war would use the power of rules to fight. The complicated power of rules was naturally not something she could control, even with the experience left behind by the god of war. However, the god of war would sometimes use simple rules. These rules might not be the god of war's expertise, and he only had a superficial understanding of them. However, because the consumption was very low, they were suitable for God's descents. Legend Annabelle activated the gravity rule, which was the rule the god of war had used during God's descents. Compared to those complicated rules, the gravity rule was very simple. Of course, in terms of effect, it was much weaker. The gravity rule, activated by Legend Annabelle, could only apply 5 times the normal gravity to a target. This little bit of gravity would not affect a level 5 knight's movements if he was prepared. However, Legend Annabelle caught him off guard. Her target was the injured knight. The temple knight was moving in the air, cooperating with the knight array. His injuries were not light, so he was very careful to distance himself from Legend Annabelle. Of course, it would be very difficult for Legend Annabelle to hurt him in the knight array. Just as the temple knight was moving, he suddenly felt his body become several times heavier. The sudden gravity rule made his flying movements stagnate. Just this little bit of interference made the temple knight's movement stagnate, and the temple knight was once again separated from the knight array. Legend Annabelle, who was already prepared, pierced through the air with her level 5 light longsword. The temple knight wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The level 5 light longsword pierced through the temple knight's chest, going straight to his heart. This was the best way to attack with a level 5 light longsword. With the support of a powerful thrust, it was easier to break through the defense of someone of the same level. The temple knight died in an instant. Legend Annabelle grabbed the corpse of the temple knight and threw it to the remaining 5 knights. She sped up and flew away. The 5 temple knights were stunned. They never thought that Legend Annabelle would kill a temple knight. During the battle, they realized that Legend Annabelle was showing mercy. In their eyes, they were fighting in the name of righteousness. Legend Annabelle showing mercy was a sign of guilt. Crazy, a temple knight roared. They had completely forgotten that Legend Annabelle had shown mercy many times before. They had forgotten that they were the ones who had set up the trap. They had no mercy when dealing with Legend Annabelle. The 5 temple knights' figures flashed, and once again blocked in front of Legend Annabelle. With the support of the space battle array, Legend Annabelle couldn't compare with them in terms of speed. However, the temple knight array formed by the 5 knight array greatly reduced the pressure on Legend Annabelle. It was even more difficult to trap her. Legend Annabelle fought and retreated, changing directions from time to time. She was retreating to the edge of the space war array. The 5 temple knight were powerless to stop her. They still had to be careful of Legend Annabelle's special methods. Their companion had been killed because he had slowed down inexplicably. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.